Hello, welcome to the stream. It's me, Wordy Girl, and I am here. Let's get the music started. And hopefully you can hear me properly. I see Wolfpack Kata and Moon of the Sea both say happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday yet, but we are supposed to be doing a birthday fundraiser today, but we're also just hanging out. If you would like to contribute to the birthday fundraiser, you can do so by going to my Ko-fi page. And Ko-fi Streambot has put the link in the chat. But my birthday is March 13th, which is next Friday. So in about a week. And I was thinking that you guys would want a stream. So I wanted to do a stream on my birthday. But it depends on how many funds we get, how long that stream is going to last. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads, let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Yes, I sound good to you. I'm glad. Thank you. Alright, so let me quickly, while there's about to be an ad, make sure stuff is set up. And then we're going to do some co-working as well. And as Fridays are supposed to be randomness, that is what we're going to try to do. Random stuff. Okay. That is set up. So now, what we're going to do is, get these timers on the screen. There we go. Alright. Moon of the Sea says my ad gel is over. Nice. It still says some of you guys are in the ad for 20 seconds. It is 10 p.m., which means my cat will bless us with his song for the next hour. Very lovely. Sounds lovely. That would be lovely. I know you're probably going to be like, it's not very lovely. It's kind of annoying, a cat. I would love to hear it. Now, I do know if it is annoying. Sorry that you have to deal with the annoying thing. Is there a reason why your cat starts meowing at 10 p.m.? It's interesting to think about. Is there like, is he one of those, it's time to give me my food type of cats? Or is it just like, I'm bored, I want to just make noise? 1 hour of long cat screaming for his 11 p.m. dinner. Oh yes. Is not fun after 10 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's that he knows that dinner is supposed to be in an hour, but he's trying to get you to give it to him early. Okay, that makes sense. There are some cats and even dogs that I've heard of that are like that, and they'll be like, okay, I know that food is around at this time, but they're not giving it to me right now, so what I'm going to do is start screaming until they give it to me. And it's like, your screaming is not making them give you the food. The time is not here yet. But, you know, they kind of have a clock, like an internal biological clock that can kind of tell the time, but it's not a precise human clock. So they kind of know that like around this time is something is supposed to happen, and these humans are not doing it. So yeah, I get that. That's can be annoying. Sorry that you have to deal with that. Hopefully you're able to tune it out. I don't know. Do you have headphones? Do you have earplugs? Or are you just like tuning it out by now because it happens so much that you're just like, I know. And the thing is, the mistake you can do to stop the pet from consistently screaming, most people will be like, okay, I'll just give them something early. But the problem with that is then they're going to expect it early every time, and they're going to think that their screaming is working, and then that creates a whole other problem. So yeah. Oh yeah, I just ignore him, but ignoring an orange fluff ball is hard. They never get any food because of that reason. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I get it. I hope that the singing hour passes quickly, and maybe with the stream here, you will have something to distract yourself for an hour, and time will fly by really quick. Hopefully. Speaking of that, there's so many things that we can do. It is a randomness stream, so it's just random. Anything can happen. I am wearing my Mad Hatter hat. Why did I grab the wrong side? And we are in the garden. So, as you can see, we have our fancy tea set over there, which we still have not drank from this month yet, even though I just first streamed yesterday. And then we have so many other things we can do, redeems in the chat and all that. I want to do some sprints, but during the sprints we can chat and stuff like that as well. So I'm not a kind of person who's like, during sprints everybody be quiet. If you want to be quiet you can, but if you don't want to be quiet it's fine, because I don't mind. And if you're going to talk in the chat, I'm going to talk back as well. So there's that, and if you want to play a game, if you want to do something else, feel free to let me know. There's lots of redeems in the shop and all kinds of fun things. So I am just sitting weird. I need to sit right. Alright, so let me go to my server, and we're going to sprint not too short, 25 minutes. Okay, we're gonna do 26 minutes on the sprinting clock for all you sprinters out there. And I realized this camera, the reason why I had the camera faced so much over there was because I kept sitting over there. But I want you guys to be able to see the phone and the teapot and all that stuff. So I need to scoot over here. Let's see. We are going to be in a sprint, and like I said, if you guys want to keep chatting, we can. The clocks are just going to be up there, so you guys can see them if you want. And if not, no worries. We are still chatting. Please let me know if the music is too loud or too low. I feel that it is okay, I guess. But also I know that it's not. I hear it slightly differently than you guys hear it. Because I did that on purpose. Alright, so one of the things I've been working on is some shorts, just some very, very snippet short stories. And I need to I'm gonna use some of these snippet short stories for what do you call it? Supporter perks. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know why I was not able to say it. Okay, let's see. Wolfpack Kata says, does that phone work? LOL. Well, I will say, I did say that you can redeem stuff. You will see a redeem called Call Wordy, and you will see what happens. Hint, hint. All right, let's see. I'm going to start this and have some clicky sounds while I am trying to Hello, and welcome to the stream. AJ, how are you? I hope that you were able to hear someone. He was quite low, to me at least. He was super quiet. Yeah, see, that's the balance. I need to get the balance. Is the music too loud for you? Because this is another thing. If the music is too loud, what I'm gonna do, just let me know about the music, because then that is going to be what I'm going to Yep, let me know about the music, and then that will help me determine the music isn't too loud. Okay, so what I'm going to do is turn the music down like this, then turn the desktop audio up. Is that better? Does the music sound normal, or does it sound lower or higher than it was? Then I'm gonna also...
Nothing's going to happen that isn't part of the plan.
Were you able to hear that? Thank you so much, Darth Torlin, for donating. Much love to you. How are you, Darth? And thank you so much for the tips. I will spin a donation wheel as well. Blimey says, can you in your stream there instead? Enough symbiotes. I don't know which one of those words is slightly incorrect, but I get the reference. Are you telling me to add more symbiotes to my stream? Because that will be interesting. Welcome in. How are you? Let's do the donation wheel for Darth. I don't even know. Are you here, Darth? Let me know in the chat. Alrighty. Yes. Okay. Okay. We have 18 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. But for now, we are going to be spinning the donation wheel for Darth. Thank you so much again for your generous donations. Can you end your stream because there isn't enough symbiotes in it? Okay, I get it. I thought you said, can you end your stream? I was like, what? Start a new community challenge. All right, Darth. This means that if you want, you can create a new community challenge. And if you don't know what a community challenge is, which I think you do because you are also a streamer, community challenge is when you get people to get their channel points together, kind of like the wisps in this channel, and try to contribute them to a goal. We've done them before. One of the goals was do an outdoor stream, and everybody contributed to it, so I did a stream outside. I did one at a coffee shop. I also did one just mobile on my phone when I was walking down the street. There was also one that was for a 12-hour stream, and I ended up doing that 12-hour stream. I've since done longer than 12-hour streams, but that was a community challenge to do a specific 12-hour stream party where we had a whole itinerary of events that were going to happen during this 12 hours. One of the community challenges was for, multiple of them, I believe, was for Seth to take over the stream, basically. So some of you guys may know Seth G. Stewart, who is a community member here in the chat sometimes, and they usually like to play a lot of games. They play Minecraft sometimes, and when Seth takes over stream, usually I play Minecraft with Seth, or either we played different like community games and stuff like that, and Seth was just guiding the whole stream. So however you would like to choose, Darth, let me know how you want your community challenge to go, and if you need time to think about it, feel free, no worries. You can feel free to just DM me on Discord if you want to. No symbiote event, no stream event. I got an idea for a community challenge, a symbiote streak. Alrighty, thank you for the symbiote streak, Blimey, for being on a 3-stream symbiote streak here at the stream. Community challenge would be for symbiotes, I'm sure you would probably suggest. As clearly this is a joke because Blimey is kind of tired of too many symbiotes everywhere. But anyways, you guys are about to be in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back cosplaying. Ooh, yes, okay, sure. So if you want to be like, and Darth, I'm going to keep talking because I know that you are a Twitch Turbo subscriber, so you don't get ads. So basically, you want it to be where... Yeah, we can cosplay symbiotes. Okay. You want it to be where when we raise a certain amount of wisps from the community, then I have to cosplay on stream as a character. That would be great. That's a good acceptable challenge. Now let me know who you want me to cosplay as, or if you want it to just be a generic cosplay thing where I will have to cosplay and it's not told what I am dressing as. Because I do like a lot of dress up. I dress up a lot on streams. Obviously, I'm Mad Hatter as well, even though this is more of a subtle costume. I have done my Miss Frizzle outfit on stream. I've done my... Oh yes, I dressed as Captain Marvel because I had a Captain Marvel outfit, and when I was playing chess with Tiberian, Tiberian would always wear different Marvel shirts, and Tiberian even has, I think, DC shirts. He has Superman, Batman, he has Black Panther, he has Spider-Man, he has all kinds of comic book shirts. So I, for the end chess lesson that we did, dressed up in my Captain Marvel outfit to match his Marvel outfit. So yeah, I haven't done much actual cosplay on stream though. But something from Star Wars makes sense because Darth loves Star Wars. And I did show on screen before, which I know Darth has seen. I do have an Ahsoka cosplay stuff. But if you want me to dress as something that's not Ahsoka, I can do that as well. I have also cosbound as a normal Jedi in the universe, just a random Jedi. I've not been necessarily any known character, but I've just cosbound as a Jedi. Symbiote Jedi. That would be very interesting. That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, I did say I had a Captain Marvel outfit, but I don't have a symbiote outfit. Maybe I should change that. I do know my brother has the symbiote Spider-Man outfit. So, maybe. Wild Zoo Guy has one. So. But, anyways, yeah. Something Star Wars. So we will make a cosplay as a Star Wars character on stream. And, you know, May the 4th is coming up. So we could do it. We could aim for that if we want. If you want to talk in Discord more, we can. But if you want to start it now, we can. I just can't edit a challenge after it's started. So I want to get the details hashed out here. If you want to continue hashing it out here, we can. If you say I need more time, then I'm not going to start it yet because they don't want you to change a community goal until they don't want you to change a community goal while it is in progress. May is in 2 months. Let's talk. Yes, exactly. So, but the thing is, I would want the challenge to be running before May because how community challenges work. It doesn't have to be now though. It could be running through April. But how community challenges work, I think that each person has a maximum that they can contribute per day of 2,000 wisps. And some people like you guys probably have like a lot of wisps, and some people don't. Like some people who don't really visit my streams very often don't have that many wisps to contribute. So it's trying to give people, I want to give people a window of time that they can contribute to the challenge. So this is not like a monetary goal like my birthday stream goal, which I was about to talk about again, but this is a wisp goal, which is completely free. You just have to earn wisps by watching my streams. That just encourages people to watch my streams more so they can earn more wisps, so they can use those wisps to contribute to the community challenge. And then if that makes sense. So kind of like the stuff you can buy in the shop right now, it would be there. That is what the community challenge is. Instead of buying stuff that will happen right now, like if you make someone say something, right now you hear them say something. But with this, it's just a community group accumulative bank of everybody contribute your wisps to this so that this thing can happen. And I think there's a daily limit of 2,000 wisps. And if I stream every day, we want to make sure that like it's enough time to get the goal. I believe that you can extend the goal if by the end you don't make it. But I want to also make it where it's an achievable amount, but still not like too easy where one person can just pay the whole thing in one day, because it has to be a fun community challenge and people want to get involved in it. Blimey says, oh no, he be venomized. Yes, Wild Zoo Guy has been venomized before. If you look up on his TikTok, he does have a venomized video of venomized Spider-Man. So yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, we will talk then if you want to talk more in Discord. If you want to make it more than just cosplay, if you want to make it like, this is a special day that we do a lot of stuff because it's May the 4th. May the 4th is a Monday, so I should be able to stream all day if needed. So yeah, feel free to DM. Looking forward to that. Thank you again for the donation, and looking forward to the immunity challenge. 8:08 on the clock for all you sprinters out there who are still sprinting. Alrighty. Most likely be streaming on May 4th and 5th. If you're streaming on May 4th and 5th, I don't want to crash into stuff that you're doing unless you want me to stream together with you, as I wanted to do, but we weren't able to yet. Hopefully I am able to still do it the rest of this month. Or if you want me to do it on a different day, I can. I can do mine on the return of the 6th. I cannot say it because my mouth wants to say Sith, but it's return of the 6th, you know? If you want it to be on a day that you're not streaming. I don't know if they're gonna do Detroit Halloween this year. They might. If they do, we might go again. Not sure. But if we do, I don't know what day we will go. So I might still be able to stream, but I might not stream on the day. I might just stream in May. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure out. 6:16 on the clock. For all you sprinters out there. And I've been doing these short stories, and I realize I have a lot of shorts like this that I've done that are just like exercises, but I can use these for supporter perks, which I need to do a lot of the supporter perks. So I'm probably going to do a short story dumps or something where I just I've done this before. I've done it where it's lists like, this is a dump of a lot of stuff. But with these little short stories, a lot of them are almost like microfiction, and they are disjointed, and sometimes it's not even clear who it's about. Just like random sentences, which I know what these are and I know what they're talking about, but some people might not know, and some people might like that kind of thing, but without context, some people might not like that kind of thing. So I need to figure out a good, coherent way to make this good for supporters. I could take one instance and expound on it, maybe. Goodness, I am not paying attention. I just realized something. And then spring camp is coming up next month. spring camp is fast approaching, which is crazy. I feel like the year is already flying by. This one has double, so that is why it's taking even longer. Okay, that's done, I think. Now I need to do the copying and pasting that I was not doing already. All right. Interesting. Some of these prompts are intriguing enough, but I feel that they are there's a prompt here that says write a story that shifts genre part way through, which I say that's a little bit subjective to what shift genre means. But that will be interesting nonetheless. And then I'm also seeing prompts that use the word someone, and usually when I see prompts that use the word someone, I use it for someone else would. Just for fun. I try to see if it can fit someone else would. Because the prompt has his name on it, as they say. But quite literally. This box keeps jumping. Goodness, that's kind of fitting. Alright, thumbs up. How did you guys do that sprint? Let me know in the chat. We're gonna do a 5-minute resting. Just gonna save that before it, something glitches and nothing saves. I got an idea. This is Darth. It's another 25-minute sprint after this break. Some of you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad, still let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. We're about 15 minutes away from the cat's mealtime, so hopefully the cat is not screaming too much if you are still in the audience there. These are interesting prompts here. Some of these are just like, as opposed to a prompt about the story, it's a prompt just giving you confines of how to write, which I think is a good prompt. The fun thing is they make it where you can choose either the one-word prompt or the rule prompt, basically. Darth says, I have a bunch of story cubes, and what if you and I are streaming together? You could roll these story cubes, so you could write me a movie scene based on the story cube. A movie scene from Star Wars? Like a fanfic Star Wars scene? Or is this nothing to do with Star Wars? Well, not really, but I do have story cubes from Star Wars. Ah, okay. So just a random movie scene that is not Star Wars related. And this is the community challenge where we do a stream together writing a movie together or something? Is that what you mean? Or just randomly me writing a movie in the universe that I choose. Danny Phantoms, howdy howdy. Welcome, welcome. I think you might be in ads if you do not have turbo. AJ is heist. Let us join the heist. Okay. And I believe you guys should be back from the ads. If you are back, welcome, welcome back. 25 minutes on the clock for all you sprinters out there. You are just in time for the next sprint. And if you're back from the ads, welcome back. I also did want to remind you all that this is a birthday fundraise stream. So we were talking about it before. My birthday is next Friday. And if you guys would like me to stream for my birthday, what the goal is for every 100 is an hour that I stream on my birthday. Fantastic teamwork, everyone. Everyone successfully accomplished that mission. Great job. But yes, if you guys want a birthday stream next week on Friday, March 13th, 2026, depending on how much money is raised, that will equal how many hours I do stream on that day. So it can be up to 24, obviously. And if you would like a 24-hour stream, that would be interesting. But if not, it's fine. We will do with what we can do. All right. I am almost done with this copying and pasting. After the copying and pasting of the prompts, I will then be able to actually write out my answers to the prompts. And thus, I will be clicky participating in the sprint. Speaking of sprint, 22:37 is on the clock for all you sprinters out there. I am seeing a lot of someone prompts, and this is going to be a very interesting thing, especially because these prompts can also be used to submit to this anthology. I'm trying to see if I will be able to spur a story off of that. The deadline to enter this anthology is the 7th, which is this Saturday. So we'll see if I'm able to enter. I am done with the copy paste for now. I'm going to get to the writing. Alright, done with that. Time for the clicky. So I'm gonna have 2 per day with this one. Darth says freaking Amazon is broken, me-think, after they announced that wish lists, the address are public. I set my wish list to private 2 days ago, and now everything is all messed up. What? Okay. I don't have much experience with wish lists. I have seen other people's wish lists before. I made a wish list one time and it's still up, but nobody buys anything for me. And what happens is one stream, these very headphones were broken. And I was like halfway like, oh my goodness, these things are falling off my head. And somebody in the chat randomly said, I'll buy you some more headphones. And then they just bought it off my wish list. That's the only thing that ever happened where somebody bought something from my wish list. But other than that, I am not sure what the address stipulations and all that stuff is. So if it's messed up, I'm so sorry that you are experiencing that frustration there. That sounds horrible. So I hope they get things sorted out. But I'm sure you have a lot of Lego sets on your wish list. Alright. I need to try to make some of these longer this time, and then the shorter ones are short. Oh, Lego. What are those? Exactly. I don't know what's going on with co-hosts. Sometimes co-host glitches out like this. Okay. $14:14 on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Okay, I am trying to just like not think too hard about these things. Some of these are nice and short and fun. I see that the cat's mealtime has approached. I don't know if they're still in the chat, but if they are, hopefully the cat is having a delicious meal by now. At least in 1 minute. The one and only Creepy Pro is lurking and says, God bless you. God bless to you as well. God bless. Much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you so much for the lurk. Goodness, I feel like I want to come back to this story. But I can't. I need to write these in order. I know usually I like to skip around, but I'm going to try to write these in order. I'm just trying to think. Who? A thief? I'll let you guys hear this prompt. A thief discovers the item they stole was meant for them. I have an idea, but I am not sure which direction I want to take it. There's multiple people I can think of. You mean a gift, LOL. Well, kind of. But it's like this. Imagine there is a person who... Yeah, it's like a gift. Say, for instance, a person had a gift for, like, me or something. It was my birthday coming up, and they said, I'm going to get this gift and put it in my closet up on the high shelf, and nobody will get it yet until the day. So then I break into their house and steal something and say, ha ha ha, I stole this flat screen TV. And then I look on there and it says, for Wordy Girl, happy birthday. And I'm like, ah, man. And now I feel bad because I stole something that was meant for me, which means I was going to get it anyway. So I don't know. Maybe I'd put it back. So that is not something I would actually do. I would not steal like that. Or at least I don't believe I will. At least presently. But that is the premise of the story, basically. But it doesn't have to necessarily be a gift. It could be for them in a different way. But it could still be a gift, but it doesn't have to be like a person specifically set aside a birthday gift for a person or a Christmas gift or whatever. It could be meaning it is for them as in something else. Like, but if it was originally the thief's item, and then when they get it back, they realize, wait, this is mine. So I just kind of stole it back. So yeah, you can take the prompt a lot of different ways. I have some specific instances in mind, but I don't know which one to go and which one to lean into. Kofi Streambot is in the chat though to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. You can spend the donation wheel, but also you can contribute to the birthday stream goal. Every 100 equals an hour. Oh, like a sister stealing sister things. Yeah, that could happen as well. So say, for instance, it will be like, imagine a person had a hairbrush and a lipstick or whatever, and then somebody snuck into their room and said, I want to use this. And they take it, and then they realize that, wait, isn't this my lipstick? So it could be that, or it could be like, that lipstick was something that the person bought for them, but they just didn't give it to them yet. So yeah. That's an interesting prompt, for sure. And I have several ways that it can go. I'm just trying to figure out which character of mine should be featured in this. $7:08 on the clock for all you printers out there. Big Black Guy Reviews. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you? I saw your post in the Discord. I did respond. I hope you're feeling better. I didn't go back and check because I didn't get pinged or tagged, but if you did respond, I will go back and check as well. Okay, I'm reading the post now. Oh, thank you. It's not my birthday yet. It is next week, but I appreciate the well wishes. Happy opposite of belated. I would say it's early birthday. Thank you. Goodness. Wow. Well. All right, I just read that. Wow, that was a lot. But I am glad you're okay, and God bless. Much love to you always. Please do stay safe and careful. As you say, I'm on my way downtown, fighting over an hour of traffic to get to my car at the towing company to empty out all of my possessions. Yeah. Well, much success with that, and I am glad you're okay. I know that it's unfortunate that your car was not okay, but I am glad that you are okay, and I'm glad that the following incidents also worked out well. So much love to you as well. I am going to do the scripture card as you have requested, right before the sprint ends. Okay. And this says, come on now. There we go. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Proverbs 4:23. Thank you so much for the scripture card, Big Black Guy Reviews. Much love and much success to you as always. There we go. I was fuzzy. But yes, please do be careful if you're heading downtown. Please, if you need to leave the stream, please do. I want to make sure you are safe. And thank you so much for sharing that. I know that was very scary. Gotta love the timing and relevance of that card right now. Exactly. I love how the cards just are always on time because it's God's word. So, yeah. Thank you so much again for redeeming that scripture card. Much love to you. For those of you who are in the sprint, we have only 8 seconds left on the clock. Time's up. How did you guys do?
What took you so long?
That Sable! Goodness! Hello. Welcome to the stream, Sable. How are you? I'm gonna shout out Sable. We'll return, but lunch waits, so rating and running. God bless, much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by. Please do eat a yummy lunch. I hope it is delicious. Temple Snell says, is there a writing software you like best? Asking me? Welcome in, first time chatter. How are you? First, I'm going to shout out Sable, who is rating and running. Sable's another awesome writing streamer. And usually I will have the bunny ears for Sable, because Sable is bunny. But I don't know where they are, and I was trying to find them for the Mad Hatter's Garden because I need them for the Mad Hatter's Garden. But at least I have the Mad Hat. Alright, it's gonna be another 25-minute sprint after this waiting clock. All right, so Temple Snell, thank you so much for the question. How are you? Writing software. I will say I am weird. I don't really necessarily prefer so many different writing softwares, but I will tell you the ones I use and why I use them. JK Lambo, hello, welcome to the stream. Temple Snell says, I'm pretty good, nice. Alright, so in about 3 minutes, we're going to do another 25-minute sprint, but I am going to answer Temple Snell's question, which was, is there a writing software I like best? So, Oh, wait. First, because it looks like Big Black Guy is about to leave, thank you as well. I do need to get back to it, but I saw your birthday and definitely at least wanted to stop in and give you a B-Day shout out and show you some godly love, my friend. Well, I appreciate that. God bless, much success to you, sending prayers, love and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and please do stay safe and careful. All right, so what was I saying? Yes, my softwares, writing softwares. So the main ones that I use are something called WPS, which is a knockoff word processor software. WPS Office Suite, and I believe it is by King. It's not Kingsoft, is it? It's not Kingsoft. It is Kingsoft. Okay. It is by Kingsoft. It is a knockoff word processor, and the reason why I like it is because usually Microsoft Office makes it where you have to pay annual subscription and all that stuff. WPS Office is just like a one-time thing, at least back when I bought it. So I have that, and it's basically just a knockoff word processor. That's all I call it. And I use it for that purpose. So a lot of my offline writing, I write in there. That one has all the docs types, file types that are compatible with most Microsoft Office Suite products. WPS is also, I believe it's a writer presentation spreadsheet. Because it is basically like Microsoft Office. It has the word processor, it has the PowerPoint knockoff presentation, and then it also has spreadsheets. So that is what I mainly use. I will say I also use Google Docs because the reason why I use Google Docs, which a lot of people don't like to use Google. 25 minutes on the clock for all you sprinters out there. A lot of people don't like to use Google and stuff like that, which is understandable. But I find Google Docs convenient because it is online and because you can also share with other people directly by giving them the link to something, and then they can make inline comments about stuff. So that's one of the reasons why I use Google Docs. It is also for my own organization because sometimes I will lose little random things, but if it's online you can just get it. The last thing that I use that could be considered writing software is a site called World Anvil, and I don't necessarily use it because of the software. I use it more because of the community and because of the way that you can display your work to the public. So World Anvil is kind of just like a wiki for your world. You can have manuscripts on there where you have like books and stories, but then you can also have like a lot of Wikipedia type pages of your world, of your characters. You can have timelines, you can have maps, you can have family trees, you can have all kinds of stuff. And I just kind of do that because of the community mainly, and because it is a way to present my world to others. So yes, those are the three things. I will say WPS Suite, then Google Docs, then World Anvil. Let's catch up on the chat. JK says happy birthday. Yes, it's not quite my birthday yet, but thank you so much. My birthday is next week on March 13th. That is a Friday. And I am today raising money for a birthday stream, and for every 100 I raise, I will stream for that many hours on my birthday. JK says I will be lurking while revising my pastry chef rivals novel or drafting my secret book project. Secret. Temple Snell says I'm going to be working on some papers for academic journals and maybe a monograph. I usually throw in an outline and notes into the same doc where I'm actually writing and erase notes such as they get integrated into the actual paper. But it feels kind of messy. Got any suggestions? Yeah, so if you're writing academic journals, but you're like saying you throw in notes into the same doc, what software do you use? Because there are softwares that have notes if you're saying you use Google Docs. But anyways, you guys are about to be in an ad really quick. If you're in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. If you have Twitch Turbo or you are subscribed, I do appreciate it. It does help, but if you're not, you can just watch the ads, and that's still very lovely. I appreciate you for watching the ads. And I will catch up on the chat once the ads are over. Let me catch up on this. Alright, you guys should be back from the ads if you're back. Welcome back. Let's catch up on the chat. Anisimus Prime is here saying Evernote is my jam. Temple Snail says, oh, I've only used Google Docs or Word. Colonel is here. Evening, where to go in chat? Hello, Colonel. Welcome. Anisimus says, howdy. And Colonel says, hello. Temple Snail says, when I say notes, I usually don't even use a comments feature. I just have bullet points or something in the middle of my paper towards the bottom, and as they get integrated into the paper, I erase them. This is a cute setup you have going on, by the way. Oh, thank you. We are in the Mad Hatter's Garden right now. So usually different times of the year, we have different setups, backgrounds, and fun features of the stream. So thank you. I'm glad you think this is a fun, cute setup. What I was going to say is, I have heard of Evernote. Anisimus has shouted out Evernote. Check out Evernote. I personally have not used Evernote, but I've heard a lot of people saying good things about Evernote. I didn't even pick up on it. Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes. It is the Mad Hatter's Garden because of March Madness. It's very weird, but yeah. So we have the tea time as well. We have not drank any tea this month yet, but we do have the tea time for the Mad Hatter as well. And that's why I said I usually have bunny ears. When Sable comes in, I usually have bunny ears. But I usually have bunny ears just when we're in the Mad Hatter's Garden because of the rabbit and the March hare and such. But I don't know where my rabbit ears are. We'll find them hopefully before the end of the month. But anyways, I get what you mean. You're just saying like random, dump everything out on the paper and then just organize it. That's understandable. If you feel like that works for you, great. If you feel like it's chaotic for you and you want something else, then I think you should look for something else. But if you feel like that's just how you work and is fine, I think that's fine. Anisimus is lurking. Thank you so much for the lurk. God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way. Always. I appreciate you stopping by. But yes. If you are totally fine with how that works, that's good. If you are like, this is not really, I wish there was something better. I just wonder what kind of notes you're writing, because sometimes this is what I do as well. When I have an idea, I just say, okay, get the general idea out on the paper. And then when it's on the paper, I start editing it. So I don't think that's necessarily a software problem. I feel like that's more of a, this is how my particular brain works when we are writing problem, if that makes sense. So, like I said, you might just work like that. If you have notes that you want to be in like a note feature, then I guess you could try to use the note features, but you say you don't use the note features. So I don't think that's a software problem. I just think that's just a personal preference of how you work and how you write. Temple Snell says, well, usually I'm like, oh, I gotta make these points somewhere in the paper. Or, ooh, I thought of a especially good turn of phrase. Gotta write that down and eventually put it here somewhere. Yeah, that's how I am too. So when I'm writing fiction or nonfiction, one of the things I do first is I just know, as is the adage, they say you cannot edit a blank page. And if everything is in your head, it's harder to untangle it. So I'm just like, okay, what do I want to get out of my head? And I just start writing all the random stuff. It can be incoherent. It could skip from beginning to middle to end to beginning again, back to the end to the middle. It could tell facts that aren't quite true yet that I might have to research, and I'll just be like, research this in the document. And then once it's out, it's like I took my brain and just dumped all the words out, and now I can like sort through it. I'm like, okay, let's shift this here, shift this there. This is a similar topic to this, so we'll put this next to this. And then I just kind of edit in. So I feel like we worked in a similar way, and I don't think that it's an issue of software, because I do that when I'm working on World Anvil. I do that when I'm working on Google Docs. I do that when I'm working on WPS. So yeah, I do that everywhere. Now, something like World Anvil, they have like sections. So since it's world building, it'll be like, this is a character. History, personal interests, physical appearance. And then it will kind of help my brain to sort some of these things into those sections. But then sometimes I'll be like, well, he always wears a green tie and his eyes are also green and this and that, and then one day he did this, and then I pay attention late. That's not belonging under psychological opinions or whatever. So then I will then take some of the pieces of that and sort it out to where they need to go. So like I said, I feel like it's more of a process. It's a process, and if that's your process, that's fine. I think. At least I'm weird. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that process. Maybe because I do it. But yeah, the other day, honestly, I was at work, and a sentence just appeared in my mind, and I was like, huh. And I just pulled out my Google Keep app that keeps notes, and I just wrote the sentence down. Because I'm like, I need to remember that. And that's what I do also when I write songs. I write songs. Sometimes I will take out my recording and just do a memo of me humming the song. Because I want to just make sure that I get it out of my brain and into something tangible so I can hear it later. If it's song lyrics, I just, I thought of a song lyric. I'm in a random place. Well, guess what? Just pull out my phone, type the little note of the song lyric so that I can remember it. And then later, I grab it and incorporate it, and actually structure it properly. But yes, that is my way of working. Colonel says, oh, 5 streaks around Woody with her trying to chase me out. I'm not exactly trying to chase you out, but thank you, Colonel, for the 5-stream streak. For those of you who are sprinting, we do have 10 minutes and 20 seconds left on the sprinting clock. But yes, hearing people's writing processes is very interesting. And I personally write in a similar way of just dump it out of my brain first and then edit it. Even when I'm doing things like emailing people. Because I was like, okay, I will try to structure how the email is supposed to sound, but if it's a very long email, I just start typing it out, then I look over it, and I shift some stuff up, shift some stuff down, eliminate some stuff, edit some stuff, tweak some stuff, and then send it. And I usually read it 15 billion times to make sure it flows right, and then send it. Same with my writing, like fiction writing, non-fiction writing, blog posts, all kinds of stuff. And that's just because I feel that it's in my brain. I just need to get it out so I can see it. All right. Timble Snail says, just sent 2 150-word proposals for presentations at a conference. I spent a couple of days crafting them. Yes. Well, much success to you with those 2 proposals. I hope that they go well. Kofi Streambot is in the chat also to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. You get to spin the donation wheel and you get to contribute to the birthday stream goal. And every 100 equals an hour. Colonel says it's Wardy's birthday this month. Yes, indeed. Are you in March as well? I feel like your birthday is sometime, and I forgot when it was. Did it already pass this past fall? Or am I thinking about somebody else? Yep, you can't remember the exact date of mine. I will let you know, but when's yours? For some reason, I'm thinking it was also in March. Oh, you're June, baby. Okay, I get it. I think I remember now. Okay. Yes, I am March 13th. So next Friday. Timblesnail says, actually, I made a much longer proposals, but got thrown a curveball when it was time to submit because the word limit was much smaller than expected. It took me another day to whittle them down to the right size. Oh, your dad was March. Okay, maybe that's what I'm remembering. Yeah, so that happens to me as well. One time I did something very similar. I wrote a long thing, and then when I went to the thing, it says, there's a limit. I'm like, oops. Sometimes it's easier to write something knowing the limit, so you're trying to confine yourself, than to not know there's a limit, write way too much, and then you feel like, I don't want to delete all that. All that's good. I don't want to delete it. So yeah, that's, yeah. I'm glad you were able to get it to a good size, because that can be a challenge. But that happened to me as well, and I'm like, okay. Do I just delete the whole thing and write it over? Because I feel like I'm not going to want to delete everything. And sometimes it works. That also happened with like a video before that I did. And I'm like the Twitch channel trailer is one of the things. It's supposed to be only a minute long. And I think I did channel trailers that were way longer until I realized that it can only be a minute, so then I had to cut some of it. I was like, oh man. Temple Snail says, yeah, it would have been useful. I'm pretty sure last year's proposals were longer. I assumed they'd be the same. Yeah, that's another thing though. When things like that happen, a lot of times the reason why they put a new limit on it is because people last time did it too verbose or something. And you're like, yeah, no, no, we don't want to read through all that. Let's confine them this time. As I know that happened with me personally, because I run these character challenges, and I used to have it where the word count limit was a certain amount, and then we kind of pushed it down a bit because the entries were so lengthy that it was just difficult for me to keep up with the workload, especially if there's a lot of people that are applying. But you guys are about to be in an ad, by the way. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know, exclamation point back. Let me know that you're back. We have 3, 4, 2 on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Alright, guys, should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Have only 30 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Time's up. How did you guys do that sprint? Let me know in the chat. It's time for rest. Let's stretch. Alright, the next one will be 40 minutes. A good sprint time. In 40 minutes, I should hopefully at least get to halfway through what I'm trying to do. Two minutes left on the resting clock. Alright, 20 seconds left on the clock for all you resting folks out there. We're about to get into another sprint. Yeah, feel free to chat in the chat if you like. Already minutes on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Here we go. Are the keyboards too loud? I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Speaking of getting ideas out, I just typed some ideas out. I just put them in a note because I'm going to use some of what I talked about, but not all of it is necessary in the paper. But I still need to keep those notes somewhere. At least for now. A lot of stuff I have in my head, but It's good to have it out of my head. Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. And we are having the birthday stream goal. Every 100 equals an hour streamed on Friday, March 13th, which is next week. 22:22 on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Sounds like my neighbors are being extremely loud. Bambina's here. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. I am not, today is not my birthday, but my birthday is next week on March 13th, as was said. But, thank you so much for the wishes. How are you? And thank you for stopping by. Bambino says, wow, that's awesome. I'll keep it in mind. So many March birthdays. Mine was just yesterday, actually. Oh, goodness. Well, I hope you had a great birthday, Bambina. Also, here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
I pray you had an exuberantly blessed birthday, Bambina. There are a lot of March birthdays. I'm glad you've been doing well. We are currently in a sprint. 16 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. But if you'd like to chat, feel free to chat in the chat. Chatting is always good. You can also redeem things and all that jazz. I am mainly muting because my neighbors are being kind of loud, but if you want to chat, then I will chat back as well. Yep, no worries, and thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for the wishes. What did you do for your birthday? Alrighty. You guys are about to be in an ad. Exclamation point ads, let me know. Exclamation point backs, let me know that you're back. I'm going to try to read this really quick. My brother and sis took me downtown for a poetry reading, got some ice cream. God used it for good because up until yesterday I've been avoiding talking with people at length for quite some time. Alright, I'm going to finish after the ads. All right, you guys should be back from the ads. We're back. Welcome back. 10 minutes and 4 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. I'm going to finish reading Bambina's comment. My brother and sis took me downtown to a poetry reading. That sounds lovely. Got some ice cream. Nice. What kind of ice cream? God used it for good because up until yesterday, I've been avoiding talking with people at length for quite some time, including Twitch communities. I've been avoiding talking, but God helped me to really learn about trusting people again. I won't soon forget how he helped me. Oh, that's so sweet. I am glad that you feel assured and helped. Yeah, I can understand. It can be difficult, as you said, trusting as well. The good thing is we can trust God above all else, but it is also good to interact with others, and I'm glad that this helped you to realize some things. But yeah, I do understand the need to sometimes distance. Sometimes people feel like I need to distance right now. But if you felt too isolated, that's not good. It's good to find good communities where you can feel welcome and free to chat. And, you know, trust is something that is very dear and meaningful. So I totally get that. But I'm glad that your birthday went well. I'm glad you had some yummy ice cream. I hope the poetry went well. And I'm glad that you were learning about things and trusting, and that God helped you with that. So thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate you very much. Amen. I was really closing myself off, kind of giving up, but yeah, I'm glad I can always trust God. Yeah, it's not good to be giving up. That is bad, and closing yourself off. So I'm glad you were able to open back up and come back out, because that was the good thing is that you realize this, because sometimes most of the things that will happen is you don't even realize it, but the first step to improving is to actually know that you need to improve, which is very important. So I'm glad that you realized that and you were able to see it and you were able to try to fix it before things got too out of hand. And I am thankful that God helped you to see that. That is very lovely. That's a blessing. 7:14 on the clock for all you sprinters out there. Also, I had a vanilla sundae with pecan caramel and chocolate. It was really good, but I'm still digesting it. That sounds delicious. Now, I am allergic to chocolate and nuts, but it still sounds very good. I am allergic. That doesn't mean I don't think it tastes good. That sounds like a delicious, delicious, delicious sundae. But if I had it, I would probably just do the caramel and the vanilla. I might add those little toffee crumbles. I love those little toffee crumbles. And I've had some, I believe, before, sunflower kernels on ice cream instead of nuts, which can be interesting. Yeah, I usually eat sunflower kernels instead of nuts. sometimes the pepitas, which are pumpkin seeds. I like eat sun butter, which is sunflower seed butter instead of peanut butter, and stuff like that. So it can be yummy. One of my favorite sunflower seeds, like sunflower kernels, which I love. These are good on ice cream. They are honey roasted toffee sunflower kernels. So they taste really good. And they are like sweet and toffee. So those are nice. I like toffee, by the way. Yes, toffee is good. Time's up. How did you guys do that sprint? Let me know in the chat. That was a good sprint. I have a lot of words, but I've just been putting 5. I'm gonna have to not do that later because it's about to be spring camp, so we're gonna have to actually do some actual words. But I have been working out some scenes, so I think that it's going well, and I figured out about my characters from this scene. It's one of the characters I haven't explored very much. I know a bit about her, a lot about her, but she's definitely considered in the grand scheme of things a side character to a side character. If people like to rank their characters in that way. But, however, this I like to look at magic word of Jane, I think it is. Welcome to the stream. Your end alarm is so pleasant. Oh, thank you so much. I tried to make it something that is you know, not too disturbing. I didn't want it to be like a loud, this is a fire alarm. But we also have, you're gonna hear the harp, I think, after this resting time, because the resting one is like rest. Even though the harp happens at the end of the rest. And then this other one is just like a little, like a tiptoeing cartoon character or something. Magic word of Jane says, yeah, surprisingly, a lot of people do, and it's like, why? Yeah, if you're a writing streamer and you have like a big loud alarm, I mean, I guess some people might need that, like, hurry, stop writing, like, I don't know, but I think that I kind of want the place to be kind of chill. Usually I have very chill vibes here. It's not to say it won't get chaotic, because it does. And I actually do have a chaotic alarm that goes bam bam, but that's when people press the big red button, and that's a totally different thing. But other than that, the writing time is supposed to be kind of chill, you know? So I'm glad you enjoyed that. Chill chaotic, yes. All right, let's see what this will be. 50 minutes? Okay, the next sprint will be 50 minutes. But like I said, also, I'm a different kind of writing streamer too, because while I'm doing sprints, I can chat too. So if you guys want to chat, feel free to do that. Some people just like to be completely quiet during sprints, which is fine. That's understandable, because some people need to focus. But some people are like, I'm bored. Or some people are like, I'm writing this thing and I need help. Or some people are like, I'm not writing, I'm just chilling out and hanging out here. So while we are doing sprints, I do allow people to chat in the chat, or either, you know, do redeem stuff, or all kinds of other stuff like that. Jane says, I use your sprint time to read. Yes. Reading is great as well, and I'm going to be doing some reading streams, I believe, soon, because I have some reading to do myself. So during some of these sprints, not today, because I have a lot of writing to do today, but during some of the sprints, I will be also reading, which is pretty cool. It's good to just kind of have a person to read along with, too. Even if we're reading 2 different things, just, you know, body doubling, co-working, all that jazz. We're going to do another sprint. This one is going to be 50 minutes, which is quite a lengthy sprint. It will start in about 27 seconds, and you are going to hear, if the ads are not going, the little harp that plays at the end of the resting time. But you guys are about to be in an ad, though. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. But when you come back, we will probably be in the sprint. Here it is. See, there we go. Out of the resting and into the relaxing. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. All right, well, you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Ko-fi Streambot also is in the chat to remind you that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. We are right now having a birthday stream goal, and for every 100 raised, I will stream for an hour on my birthday, which is next week, March 13th, on a Friday. So if however many hours I will stream that many hours. If it ends up being 24 hours, then all right, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream on my birthday. If not, that's fine. I will do whatever hours are raised. But if you would like to contribute, feel free to click that link that Ko-fi Streambot has put in the chat, and you can also, when donating, get a fun surprise on stream, and we'll spin the donation wheel. Anyways, besides that, we are in a sprint, 46 minutes and 29 seconds on the clock, but feel free to chat in the chat if you would like. You can redeem stuff, you can do whatever, you can lurk, and it's chill. All right, so I am now on the prompt that is write a story that shifts genre part way through. And I want to know which genres you want me to use in this story. Just name 2 random genres. And I will try to do my best to follow the prompt because I'm not knowing what to do right now. Shift genres halfway through. I am a person who's not genre person. Like, I just know a story. I know what happens. I then have to figure out how to present the story. If it is something that asks for horror or asks for romance or asks for action or asks for drama or whatever other types of genres there are, then I will tailor the story to that genre. That's not to say that I'm changing what happens in the story. I'm not. I'm just changing how to present that story. I am also focusing on different areas of the story. I am a person who thinks that any story can be any genre if you choose to look at it in the right way. And I also don't follow tropes. So Una's here. Hello, hello, hello. Magic realism. Are those 2 genres, or is that are those 2 genres, or is it 1 genre, which is magic realism? Are you saying magic is a genre? Because if it is, I would think that you're trying to say fantasy. I don't know. But if magic realism is a genre, okay, magic realism is a genre. I can kind of imagine what it is, or is it kind of like urban fantasy type, where there are some magical aspects within a realistic world? Is that what kind of, that's what the vibes I'm getting from the name magic realism. I'm not sure if I know exactly what genre that is. Ever read 100 Years of Solitude? Unfortunately not. I'm gonna have to look that one up and read it. Bambino says that's so interesting. Probably about what I was saying about the genres, which is hilarious. What happens in 100 Years of Solitude, and why is that considered magic realism? Is it like I'm saying about like urban fantasy type of thing, or is it something else? For those of you who are still sprinting, we have 25 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock. Not quite. Okay. Is more like real life setting. But things like ghosts and witches and fate may or may not be acting. So I'm trying to think of what you're saying. So you're saying, like, if something supernatural happens, it might be magic, but it might be just a witch? Or is the witch the magic? Because I would think, like, in our real world, there are people who have certain interpretations on occurrences and whether it is something supernatural or if that's something that is normal and natural. So if it's something like that, like, it can happen, but it's not common? Is that what you're saying? Like, in our real world, there are so many things like this. Like superstitions and Una says, I heard someone describe it as fantasy where magic exists but doesn't have such a power over the story, just a small part of it. That's interesting. And I still think, see, this is one of the reasons why I am not super into genres, because I still think that a lot of people have their own interpretations of what genres are. And there can be people who argue about genres and what they are. Una says, yes, exactly like superstitions being real, but not the focus of the story. Exactly. So this is what I mean. Like, in our real world, there are some people who believe that certain superstitions are true and they are actually things that can happen. There's people who believe certain things like, you know, magic, witchcraft, stuff like that. Even people would argue that religions are similar. If you believe in supernatural occurrences and divine entities and things like even praying to God. And some people will say, yes, that's real. But it is in a way that it still seems, quote unquote, realistic in the world, meaning that usually, even though there's a lot of times a lot of supernatural things that happen, sometimes they say, well, it can be explained, or it doesn't happen that often. So it is considered realistic and normal to what people think is normal. So that's what it seems like to me. And in that case, that just means that a story like that confirms, because it is a story that the author is telling you, yes, these things do exist, and there's no doubt in the mind of the reader, because the author is presenting the story, that they do exist, but they're not overly influencing the story, as you say. Wherein the characters themselves inside of the story may doubt that these things exist. Like some humans may doubt that these things exist in our real life. But you're still saying that the reader still thinks that there's a doubt to an extent. Well, this is the thing. This is why I would say something like magic realism is not a valid genre then. Because once you put something in the category of magic realism, it has the word magic in it. Okay, the characters just accept things as true, but the reader is kind of free to not believe. But this is the thing I'm saying. If you are in a genre that is called magic realism, you're kind of telling people that there's magic in your story. Or at least it's implied. So if you're saying that the...
Calm down, Constance.
Thank you, Danny Fandoms, for redeeming someone say something. So you're saying that the story presents it as there's magic, but it might not actually be magic. I still feel like that is... See, that's just reminding me a lot of, and this is one of the reasons why I guess I'm not a genre person. Because it's kind of just like, imagine this. A person can read a book that is written by a Christian author. It could be even a nonfiction book. And it could tell of a miracle that happened and how they got healed from something. And I personally can believe that that is what happened. The characters in the story can believe that that is what happened. But there's naturally going to be some people, like atheists or other people, who will say, well, yeah, it's true. They did get healed. But the source of that is not confirmed in real life or in the story, actually. I look at the magic the same way as that. So it's kind of just like saying Christian realism story would be weird to say to me. Like, there's some people who even read the Bible and say, well, these are historic events and some of these things actually did happen, but they don't necessarily believe the supernatural aspect of it fully, as some Christians who actually fully believe in the entity of God look at it in a different way. But there's people who historically believe things happen, but they just don't agree with the reasoning behind why it happened or the cause of why it happened. For example, a character in that novel is known by characters to be kind of magical because once he told his mom that a pot would fall, and it did. Yeah, see, that kind of stuff happens in real life. Somebody does that and they say, oh, you can predict the future. Onesimus says implied magic is overt, lesser magic is the subversive one. A lot of Christians fall to lesser magic. That's also an interesting opinion. I wonder exactly what you mean by that. But this is what I mean. Like, there are historic events of when the groundhog predicts if it's going to be a long winter or an early spring. There are records of octopi who have predicted which team is going to win in the FIFA World Cup and stuff like that. And they never failed yet. But some people don't think that it's because of something supernatural, or because the octopus is even smart, or because the octopus is even able to predict anything. They just think either it's a coincidence, or they think that it's planned, or they think other things. But everybody sees that it happened. And it's up to us as people to reason what we believe the reasoning is. I would say this is closer because as a reader, you know there is something the characters can't explain. You know it really happened, but you can believe they are guessing wrong. And yes, it's exactly things that happen in daily life, real life. Yes. So that's what I mean. So I just feel like magical realism to me wouldn't be something I consider a genre. Somebody might argue that something like my medieval fantasy story, some of my medieval fantasy stories are not so big and like, woo. It's just like, this is a minor thing, but it can be seen as fantasy, but it can still be considered real. So I get what you're saying. I, as the author, know what these things are and what kind of science is happening in the world, but it could actually take place in real life, and it could just not be quote-unquote magic. You guys are about to be in an ad, though. Exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. When you're back, I will finish the conversation. We have 13 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. All right, I'm going to type a bit while I'm waiting for the ads to be over, and then I'll get back to the convo after the ads are over. We've got about 50 seconds left in the ads. Alright, you guys are back from the ads. If you are back, welcome back. We have 11 minutes and 27 seconds left on the clock for all you sprinters out there. I will catch up with the chat now. And I see Supersonic Saved by Grace says hello, and Onesimus says oi mate, and Supersonic says top of the morning to ya, and Onesimus says in it governor. This is some good banter. Now, let's get back to this. You just take it to an extreme in the stories as Una. Onesimus says, sure, look into Theosophy, sorry. I know what you're talking about. Ooh, reacting to what you said as I was typing, all the displays they do at Olympic shows, award ceremonies. Exactly. Una says, minor is a word used in some descriptions of magic realism. Yes. I remember two differences from fantasy before that I just said. It was a Hispanic version of fantasy. Interesting. I type so fast. Oh, yes. Let's see. Una says, 1, magic supernatural is not the main focus, just an important and well-known part of the setting. 2, magic is on the small things that characters don't really control. Well, see, this is the thing. As everyone's saying, lesser and small and unimportant and insignificant and stuff like that, all of that is an opinion. I feel that some people place more importance on other things in the story or place less importance on stuff like magic, etc. But if you pay attention, if you took it out of the story would be vastly different, even if it doesn't seem like it. And that's why I say that it is still opinion, because each person who is reading has their own interpretation of it. I will say that I guess something like Lord of the Rings would be considered high fantasy, because magic is like so ingrained and so showcased in it. It's like impossible for the story as people believe, it's impossible for the story to exist without the existence of the magic, or it would have to be heavily edited and replace a lot of things. Still, these magical realism things that you're talking about, I feel can still be like that. So I will say like this. In my stories, in my medieval fantasy stories, as I said, there are some like magical plants, etc., that I have in the setting, but it could be considered magical, but it could also just be considered this is the science of their world. They attribute certain things to magic or to entities or to divine beings, etc., but it may be considered something else, just like that. Like you said, medicine. If somebody says, here's a potion, drink it and your fever will go away, and it's like Tylenol, like, we know that that's Tylenol, and we know that scientists have figured out something about this medicine, that the reason why when you drink this potion your fever goes away is because all of the chemicals and stuff that is made up of the medicine target certain parts of your body and they make you feel better. In olden days, a lot of times they would make such potions and stuff like that, but it was not able to be explained what exactly was happening, which is why they thought that it was magic. And a lot of things that happen in the world that seem like magical or seem weird or seem fantastical, as time goes by, science just basically explains it, which makes people think that it's not magical anymore. So that's why I said that it's all opinions. Anismus says, wait, I might have come to the chat at the wrong part. Are we only talking about storytelling? No, lesser magic is not saying it's smaller. It's literally the category. Lesser magic, as defined by Anton LaVey, is the practice of manipulating everyday situations, people, and environments through applied psychology, glamour, and behavioral control. Rather than supernatural means, it focuses on shaping perceptions and influencing outcomes using techniques like body language, sense, and charisma. So this is the thing. That's another thing I was saying. I understand what you mean now. If you're saying the category of quote-unquote lesser magic, which is a term being used by humans to mean that, what you just said, some people might still think that that is magic, and some people might say that's not magic at all. Why are you even calling it magic? Even if you're saying it's not supernatural, it's not magic at all, why are you calling it that? It's just technique, it's just psychology. So everybody has their own opinions on these things, and this is one of the reasons why I feel like I just think about stuff too much, so I'm just like that. Una says, I mean, one novelty magic thing in 100 years of solitude is a magnet. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. In the old days, people would think magnets were magic. And it's even implied or told, can't remember, that the person who charges for seeing the magnet knows how it works. Exactly. So if it's like, ooh, come to the circus, see the amazing Magneto with the special ability to attract objects to himself or something like that, and it's like, seriously, these people just don't know what magnets are? But then, in my opinion, magnets are still amazing to me, even though we know how they work scientifically. They still work, and they can still do amazing things, but a lot of people's opinions on things kind of decline when they realize that it's scientific. Which is like, I look at things differently. Kind of like a rainbow in the sky. Some people were like, oh, a rainbow in the sky has to be created by some kind of supernatural being, which I believe it can be. But then when they say, oh, rainbow in the sky is just when light shines through like water, and then they act like that means it's not amazing anymore. honestly, it's still amazing to me, and I believe that a supernatural being has the ability to make light shine through water and to make a rainbow. Just because you know the science of something doesn't mean that it's not supernatural anymore, and it doesn't mean that it's not amazing anymore. And since I have this outlook on things, this is why the genre of magic realism and why the term of lesser magic is just like, I personally am like, I understand, but I don't agree. Anisimus says, bring a person with an iPhone to the 1600s and he would be burned at the stake for performing witchcraft. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. Because as time goes by, when technological advancements happen, what was before thought of as impossible can now be possible. But since we, in our regular normal time, think this stuff is normal, then it doesn't look weird to us. But what I was saying was, in my fantasy world, there are some stories told in my fantasy world where you would think nothing is fantasy about this. It's just set in a medieval setting back in a medieval time, but it's not necessarily like they don't see dragons flying, and even if there is a witch, the witch may or may not actually be magical, but the witch is claiming to be a witch. But there's still people these days that claim to be a witch, and some people believe that they are doing witchcraft, and some people don't believe that there is such thing as that. Just like in my Secret Agent Someone world, it is not fantasy, but I call it mild sci-fi because of the fact that people who read it are going to be, if I say that it's sci-fi, they're going to expect Star Wars, they're going to expect Doctor Who, they're going to expect Star Trek, they're going to expect The Matrix, they're going to expect Men in Black. And that's kind of not what it is, not all the time at least. There are some stories in the Secret Agent Someone universe where absolutely nothing fantastical or sci-fi happens whatsoever. And when that happens, people are like, this isn't sci-fi. But I personally, as the author, know that there are some things that, at least right now in the world, are considered sci-fi because we didn't reach that technological advancement yet, at least. And there are rumors of things in the world of things that aren't confirmed to be able to happen right now. Even though some people believe that they might be able to happen, it is not confirmed. Anismus says, category shift. With that hat on, you are looking like Mad Moxie. Yes, I didn't even really know who Mad Moxie was at first. I just saw that in Discord, there's a decoration that's called Mad Moxie, and it has a hat like this, and it has the little kisses, and it's from Borderlands. So I said, oh, okay. But Mad Moxie clearly is trying to be like the Mad Hatter, and that is who I am. I am the Mad Hatter, and this is the Mad Hatter's Garden because it's March, and for March we do March Madness, and I am the Mad Hatter. So you got that part right. Even though I'm not familiar with the the character that you were referring to. Well, I'm familiar, but not fully familiar. Time's up! How did you guys do that sprint? Let me know in the chat. Una says, I think you could have either a regular world from superstitious characters' point of view or add an actual magical small thing. Like, sure, herbs are medicine, but oh look, amulets work too. But see, that's the thing. Some people these days think that certain rocks and certain crystals and certain minerals have certain healing properties and all that kind of stuff. There are people that will argue with you and say that that can happen. And what is the amulet doing? What do you mean? Who's saying it's working and who's saying it's not? What if it's a coincidence, or what if it's something else? Bambina says, yee, I would define magic as a manipulation of defined supernatural elements in order to achieve a desired result that almost always, for human users at least, should not work out because the defined supernatural elements exist outside of human power. But my perspective is based on observations that I made from looking at real people who tried to do magic. But other people can come up with different definitions, some of which are more accurate, and fantasy magic can look super different. I forget I typed this much. No, that's fine. That's a good thing to type a lot. I understand what you're saying. So I love that you framed it saying, this is my experience, my perspective from what I've observed. That's what I like to do as well, because I don't like to generalize. I know there's some people who these days actually believe that they can do magic, and they are not faking or anything. I've met people who feel this way. And even if some of the things they do happen, I might believe that it comes from a different source than what they think it comes from. So even in just real life, we all have our own perspective. Like Una said, it could be a regular world from a superstitious point of view, or it can be a regular world from a person who believes in an entity point of view, or it could be a regular world from a person who believes in magic point of view. But none of these can be true, or all of them can be true. It all depends on perspective, and this is why I think this genre is what I would consider not a thing. But I said I understand why people classify that, but there are so many things that I could argue belong in that genre, and so many things I would say don't belong in that genre. And I could argue for both, for each way, because it's just a genre that it seems like somebody tried to define, but it's still difficult to define fully, because everybody still has their own opinions on what magic even is and what realism even is. But yes, this is an interesting conversation. This became a very interesting conversation out of me asking for two genres to write in a story. Because if I say that I am writing two genres, because the prompt, I will read the prompt again. The prompt is, write a story that shifts genre partway through. So if I started writing magical realism and then shifted into what? Fantasy? I would feel like it doesn't feel like the story shifted, in my opinion. Because it could have went to either way. They can also have the desired result, but believe at some point the human will be upended by it. Yes, I know you believe that, yes. You guys are about to be in an ad. Exclamation point ad to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. And while we are in the ads, I'm just gonna dance. Alright, I will also tell you guys that there is a birthday stream goal going on next week, March 13th, and that's a Friday. I am planning to stream, so for every 100 raised, I will stream for an hour. So far we only reached 1% of the goal. So it looks like we're going to stream for, what was it? It was $20. 20, 40, 60, 80. That would be 15, no, 12 minutes. We'll see. We have to do the math. If it is not, because 20 is a fifth of 100. So what is a fifth of an hour? I know a fourth of an hour is 15 minutes. 20, 40, 60.
I know. Everyone loves me. I just wanted to hear you say it.
Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Much love. All right. And we have about 30 seconds left in the ads. Stretching, stretching. Ten seconds left in the ads. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, well, welcome back. Now, let's catch up on the chat. Bambino says they can also have the desired result, but I believe at some point the human will be upended by it. Yes, I do know that that is a perspective to have. Some people have that perspective. Onesimus says, what about from a biblical perspective? Aren't there a lot of things that we have to reach to believe by faith that we wouldn't consider possible by today's standards? That's what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you were here or if you were listening, but I said there's a lot of things, and this kind of started when I said, oh no, Una has to leave, no! Well, God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you for the interesting conversation by mentioning that genre. I hope that everything goes well, that you have to leave. Much love to you. Yes, Onesimus, one of the things that I was saying when we were talking about magical realism is I said that a Christian can write a book and say something like, God healed me, and even an atheist can read the book and think that the events happened in the book, but they can say, I don't know if God healed that person. It could be a non-fiction book, but everybody has their own perspective on what's happening, why, what the reasoning is, and who is causing it. And this is why I said about magical realism also, when you apply that same logic to something that isn't Christianity, I feel that it is the same, because some people do believe certain things about magic and such like that are similar to things that Christians believe. But when you say, some people think that the Christian perspective is more realistic or something like that, but that is a perspective as well. That's all perspective. But Una, who has to leave, is probably gone, says, except that I was never interested in a novel about a girl whose mother pretends to force to stay by her side forever, until my cousin said that everyone who eats with what that girl cooks suddenly feels the emotions she was feeling when she was cooking. Yeah, that's interesting. But that could also be explained by something else. It could be magic. But there are a lot of substances that exist in real life that can cause people to experience certain emotions. Now, if you are reading it from the perspective of the characters who are like, well, she didn't put anything weird in the food, it's just happening because it's magic. But it's possible that she actually did put something weird in the food. Especially if you were saying that especially if you're saying that it is magical realism, which means that it is not confirmed whether she is doing the thing or not. Onesimus says, getting deep into precepts and almost a vibe of my truth. I don't know what you mean by precepts. But I do know what you mean by my truth. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that my truth is the accurate way of looking at something. I'm just, as a person, looking at the perspectives of presupposition. Okay. Thank you, Bambina and Onesimus. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, just because I believe something personally, which I am a Christian and I do believe that God is real, but I can't just automatically assume that everybody else will also believe that, because not everybody believes that. So when I am saying that some people will believe this happened for a magical reason, and some people will believe that it happened for a scientific reason. I am not necessarily saying that the my truth, quote unquote, way of looking at something is necessarily what you consider accurate. But I am not going to deny that some people do believe this. And I just am a person who takes into consideration everyone and their perspectives, even if I don't agree with them. Because I am a person who is highly empathetic, and I understand a lot of people, even if I don't agree. I am able to see their point of view, even if I don't agree. And if a person says something or believes something, it is not necessarily that it's quote-unquote invalid because they actually believe this or think this. That's not to say that I believe it too, but that is how they look at it. Bambino says, that's what makes belief as a concept so strong. It goes so deep sometimes. Exactly. And that's why I said I am a person who has a lot of philosophies on things that some people do not agree with. And I understand. That's okay. Because I know some people don't see it in the way I see it. But that's how I am. And what I mean by a Christian can write a book and say, God healed me from something, and an atheist can read that book and believe that the whole thing is true. It's not like it's necessarily like a lie or anything. It could be a biographical book. It could be nonfiction. But the person who doesn't believe that God exists or that God healed can think that the healing was from a different source. That's not to say it was. I'm not saying that that means that God didn't heal the person. I am just saying that there are going to be people who read the book and believe that God did not heal the person, that science healed the person, or it was a coincidence, or it was medicine, or whatever they want to think. But in the same way, in fictional magical stories that are not clear whether or not the magic is real, all that does is remind me of the concept of such religions and supernatural entities that exist in real life, or at least that some people believe exist in real life, that not everybody agrees with. And that's why I said that the genre is weird to be considered, because all that's reminding me of is people who would look. So that's one of the things that I mentioned earlier. I don't know if you heard, but I said it would be kind of like if there was such thing as Christian realism as a genre. That would be kind of weird, in my opinion. You can just read a Christian book, and if you think that it happened because of God, okay, that's what the book is telling you. If you say, well, there's a possibility that it wasn't, well, you're going to read the book and think what you want, but it doesn't necessarily mean that your thought makes something true or not, which is what you're trying to say, the my truth thing. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying when people read it, they will have their own interpretations on things. Just like when people read the Bible, as I mentioned earlier, they have their own interpretations on things. Some people who read the Bible believe that these are historical events that happen, but they don't necessarily believe that the supernatural thing happens, or why certain things happen was because of supernatural reasons. And everybody has their own outlook when they're reading these kind of things. And this is why I said, for my own view of the genre of magical realism, that's all it seems like to me, which makes me think that this genre is kind of just like not a thing. At least not in my own brain, because it's too similar to other things that I look at as well, if that makes sense. But yeah, I explained this earlier, but you probably weren't listening, or either you were distracted, or either you were in an ad or something. I don't know, but it's okay. But like I said, I have a weird. Could I ask something pointed? Feel free. What have you been studying in the Bible? When? Like, because I study the Bible a lot, and I've read the whole Bible before, and I read a lot of different things in the Bible. What is the coolest thing that I have learned recently? This is another thing where I will say that I am weird. Because if you ask me this even about something that is not the Bible, I will probably not really be able to tell you, because I don't necessarily quantify things as coolest. Personally, I'm just weird because I just think, interesting. Now, personally, in the Bible, I do know that the Bible is more than interesting. The Bible is a very deep and profound book that has a lot of knowledge, and it has a lot of instruction, and it has a lot of wisdom, and it has a lot of guidance. But it also is many people believe, at least some people don't believe this, but many people believe it is up to interpretation, and some people have certain interpretations of it, and some people don't have those interpretations of it. Now, there are some sects of Bible adjacent religions that say that there's one way to look at it, and that's the only way we look at it, which is understandable because they don't necessarily want anybody to be confused about anything. But I'm trying to see this. I see a message. I don't know what that means, but okay. I will ask you, what is the coolest thing that you've recently learned in the Bible? And what have you been studying recently? I don't care about what other people think. I want to hear what you think. What I have learned. Well, I'm saying about what, though? Because there's a lot. I personally believe that the Bible is too big to just say I learned one thing from. Anything. Well, the main thing that I learned from the Bible is that God is the creator. Recently, this is why I say I'm weird, because I'm wondering what you mean by recently. Like today, yesterday, and learned implies that I didn't previously know something. I'm not saying that I know everything, because I don't. I am learning and growing every day, but one that jumped out. I am studying chiastic structures. Okay. Can you please explain what chiastic structures is? Just in general. Chiastic structure is an ancient literary device or ring structure where ideas are arranged symmetrically, ABBA or ABCBA, and mirrored around the central pivotal point that often holds the primary message. Oh yes, I am familiar with that. I forgot what the name was called, but I know what you're trying to say. Like in the Bible, there are some points where it's like they start off with a meaning or as a saying, and then it goes into another, and then it comes back to the original teaching, what they were doing. I've seen people study about that as well, especially in the Older Testament and some of the like the Jewish books and the Jewish texts as well. I've seen them talk about this because it was originally in Hebrew. Most translations translated from Hebrew, but a lot of it was originally in Hebrew, especially the Old Testament. Some was in Greek, I believe, though. But yes, I get what you're saying. Those are interesting. Yeah. Some of you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. I'm going to be quiet. Apparently I'm taking over the chat. No, it's fine. If you want to talk about this, we can talk about this. I am just, like I said, I am just weird. I am a very weird person. So, Bambino says, no, you're not. And you guys are in an ad soon. I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. Alright, if you guys are in an ad, I don't think Onesimus has ads anymore because you are now subscribed. Thanks so much for subscribing. Much love. What I will say is, this is why I say I'm weird though. Because, wait a second. Okay, so you are studying like the structures of things, which makes sense. But you're not saying necessarily the actual Bible itself. You're just saying the patterns that you notice in the Bible that are these chiastic structures. That makes sense. So you want me to define something that I notice in the Bible that has to do with the structure? Like that, what you're saying? I guess one of the things that I will wait until the ads are over, but just so everyone can hear. That is what you found interesting recently. Yeah, that makes sense. What have I found? Okay. So the ads will be over in like 20 seconds, and then I will try to explain. But I guess that I'm just gonna, I'm probably just gonna be very weird because I'm weird. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Personally, one of the things that I like to look at, because I did read the whole Bible, but I still like to read it because once you read it one time, there's still going to be some things you read it again and again, and you see new things. One of the things that I like to pay attention to is that a lot of people have misconceptions on things that are in the Bible, or what was said in the Bible when it was really actually not said. I'm gonna have to find it, but there is a scripture about the lion and the lion and the lamb. A lot of people say something about lion and the lamb, and I know that the lion and the lamb also represents Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ is the lamb, the sacrificed lamb, but he's also like the Lion of Judah. But when people say lion and the lamb, they usually are really talking about when God said, on my holy mountain, and saying that the lion and the lamb will be together and not harm each other. But when you actually pay attention, it did not say anything about a lion and the lamb. It said, I believe, a wolf. So, let me try to find it. I don't know. I'm probably just gonna have to look it up online and then look it up. Yes, here. It's right here. Okay. So I went right here to the concordance. And the first thing that says lamb says, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb. And a lot of people get that mixed up and they say lion and the lamb because it's something that has been said a lot. And that's not actually what the scripture said. So, Isaiah 11:6. Isaiah 11:6. Yes. All right. So, Isaiah 11:6 says, the wolf also shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them. This is what the scripture says. Now, a lot of times when people are referencing that scripture, they say lion and the lamb, which was not actually in there. But this is another thing that you say, context matters. That also matters, because a lot of people use quotes from the Bible, scriptures from the Bible, just out of context randomly, and that's kind of not what it was saying. I like to pay attention to who the Bible was talking to, what they were talking about, when they said this, where they were, why it was happening. And that is one of the ways that I look at the Bible when I read it, and I have my interpretation of it due to the fact that I look at these things and I look at the full context of things. Annie Smith says, it reminds me of Star Wars with Luke, I am your father, versus no, I am your father. Yes, exactly. A lot of people misquote movies. A lot of people misquote books. A lot of things happen like that because people who didn't even see it or didn't even read it just hear through like a game of telephone where yes, Mandela effect with words, basically. But it's like a game of telephone. One person says something to you, then the other person tries to say it, and then they kind of say it wrong. And then everybody starts saying it wrong because one person said it in a way that was not actually correct. Another thing is, recently, if we're going to talk about recently, there was a person who is older than me and has been in church all their life and are very familiar with the Bible. They're Christian and everything. And they figured out recently that it said, there's a scripture that says thou cannot serve both God and mammon. But for the longest time, they thought it said God and man. Just like man, like a human man. And that was not what the scripture said. But since it's been said a lot through church and through a lot of things, and if you don't look at the actual Bible and see what it actually says, you can just be passing on these, misheard or misread, like even song lyrics sometimes. When people mishear the song lyric and they don't know what the song is saying, and then they start telling people that's what the song is saying, that's not what the song was saying. So that's, I guess, something recently maybe you can count that I have found interesting. It's not necessarily that I found interesting recently, but it's just something that I often bring up. That a lot of people, especially if you do not read for yourself, you can be misquoting things a lot. Annie Smith says, a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants off. That's an interesting saying. But see, what I mean is, I'm not saying necessarily that these people are trying to be malicious. It's just that sometimes even it may have been certain situations where they couldn't or they didn't know. I'm gonna go into something else that's kind of deep, like even the race aspect of this. A lot of old hymns and stuff like that were written by enslaved people who didn't know how to write and read. They just took the scriptures that they heard their masters saying, and they thought that, okay, this is what we're being taught, so put that in a song. And sometimes the song is not necessarily fully accurate because they couldn't do their research and make sure the song is right. But those songs stuck, and that's how humans are. As time goes by, they just pass down information to each other. Even before there was even writing, humans would tell stories to each other by word of mouth or through song or through drawings and stuff like that. And of course, over time, the interpretation can shift slightly because of so many changes in everything. There are a lot of slave era songs that have awesome messages. Yes, there are indeed. Through their struggle, there are. Yes. And I know that, and I appreciate that, and it was amazing, the songs that did come out of that time. But just saying that also, when they built their own churches because they weren't allowed in the other church, it's like they start trying to teach, and like I said, when you have certain scriptures that you're saying just because you heard the pastor say it and somebody else say it and somebody else say it and somebody else say it, if you don't look in your Bible, like I said, a lot of times I don't think that it's intentionally malicious. Now, some people were intentionally malicious. If we're going to be speaking about the race thing as well, there were some things that were being taught in that era on purpose to help keep people oppressed, and that was an intentional thing. But some things are not intentional. It's just that they were getting passed down, and there's something that is often said to the point where when you look back at the Bible to see if it's in there, it's not. And it's not because it was trying to be bad or anything. It was just that this is just the game of telephone that happened. And I just like to personally look in my Bible for myself and make sure something's there and make sure the surrounding context of it is applicable, because a lot of times people use them out of context. Like another thing, I won't say this is recent either, because this is why it sounds weird, because a lot of things that I found interesting about the Bible I've known for a long time. One of the things that's interesting is the fact that a lot of people use, like, the scripture, which is one of my favorites. It is Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ, which gives me strength. Now, that is a great scripture. I love that scripture a lot, but a lot of people use that scripture to mean that you can do impossible feats and, be powerful through Christ. And you can. That is a thing that you could really do. Everything is possible with God. But that scripture, Paul was talking about endurance. It is that's another thing. It does have to be within the will of God for you. Yes, but that's not what I mean. I'm not saying that they're saying that they can do like anything like fly up in the air or something like that. I'm just saying they are using the scripture in ability as opposed to endurance. Paul was really using that to mean I can endure all things through Christ. not necessarily that he can do something more. He was talking about when he's happy and when he's sad and when he has something to eat and when he doesn't have anything to eat. And that was at the end when he said, I can do all things through Christ. He wasn't saying do all things, like actively do them. He was saying like go through, basically. That's what I see. Yes, he can face all trials. That is the right way to say it. I'm gonna find it to make sure. British Empress is here as well. Evening, happy early birthday, friend. Glad we share the same month, Pisces, throughout. Yes, happy early birthday to you as well. I believe yours is this Saturday. Thank you for stopping by, and I appreciate the wishes. I can also have this for you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy early birthday, just in case you are not stopping by the stream before your birthday. Now, where is it? Philippians 4:13. Here it is. Happy birthday, another March birthday, says Bambina. Yes, there's so many March birthdays. Yep, so 4:13. So it says, I'm gonna start here at 4:10. But I rejoiced in the Lord greatly, that now at the last your care of me hath flourished again, wherein ye were also careful, but ye lacked opportunity. Not that I speak in respect of want, for I have learned, in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content. I know both how to be abased, and I know how to abound. Everywhere and in all things I am instructed both to be full and to be hungry, both to abound and to suffer need. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. That is what the full scripture is. So like I said, yes, you can do impossible feats with God, but that's not what Paul was saying here in the letter to the Philippians. Paul was talking about enduring, and like you said, I like how you said, I can face all trials through God, through Christ who strengthens me. That's kind of what it was. Onesimus says, I hijacked mouth closed going back to lurking. No, you don't have to. Like I said, this is what it is about. The only reason why I'm like do other stuff is because nobody's here. Do you know, I used to, when I was streaming, used to stream to just 0 people. And I would just do random stuff and I would just be streaming to nobody. But if somebody's in the chat and they want to talk, they can talk. If I had a specific plan for today, then I would say, you know, let's get back on track. I learned how to do that as well. But if I don't have that, then we can do, and I will show you right now, that my schedule for today is literally called randomness. I'm going to show you guys this on the screen. Some of you have seen this. This is my March Madness flyer. So on Mondays, supposed to be coworking, Tuesdays, games and puzzles, Wednesday, Lego, which I did not do yesterday. Thursday, sprint and coworking. Oh, Fridays is randomness. It's not Friday, but it's okay. Sprints and coworking. We can still do stuff. Anyways, yes, randomness. Exactly. I have a whole stream devoted to randomness because we're always random here. Anyways, you guys are about to be in another ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. But like I said, also, I am, yep, you have another question. Feel free. Yes, I am a Christian streamer as well. Like I said, I am a Christian streamer. If my stream doesn't focus on the Bible, it doesn't have to. I'm still a Christian because I am a Christian and I follow God and I believe that Christ is my Savior. And that comes through in everything I do just because of who I am. But if you guys want to bring out Bibles, then okay, Can we go home yet is the question. Well, you can go home whenever you want. If you want to leave the stream, feel free. God bless, much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and I do appreciate you asking the questions and all that stuff. But I do think also this is probably a joke. Okay. Oh, it's not a joke. You were talking about something else. If you were talking about what I think you're talking about, I'm going to wait until the ads are over. We have about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ads. Let's do a heist. Exclamation point heist to join the heist. You can make sure to put a number there so that we can see how much you win. All right, we got 10 more seconds left in the chat. Alrighty, we should be back. If you're back, welcome back. British Empress says, I need to get my turbo back. I can in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, that's understandable. Turbo is pretty good. Because for the price, instead of subscribing to each individual person, you can actually just get no ads across the whole Twitch. And I think that's pretty cool. Personally, I don't do that because I can't afford to right now. But for those who have Turbo, that's lovely. And I'm glad you are also supporting Twitch as a platform because Twitch does need money. It's, a lot of people think that they don't, but they do. And Twitch was almost on the verge of shutting down and they're trying to restructure things. So I'm just so glad whenever you guys help to support Twitch, be it through Turbo or subscribing to a person directly or even just watching the ads. I know some people have ad blockers, but it helps to watch the ads because it helps the platform and it helps the creators on the platform. All right, so let's see. Awesome teamwork, everybody successfully got in and got out. Great job, Bambina. British is back from ads. Welcome back. Anisima says force induction is the way to go. All right, so anyways, Onesimus, if you were talking about Heavenly Home, is that what you were referring to? I want to make sure first before I answer the question. Shutting down? What you mean? Yeah, so it was a couple of weeks ago. I mean, not weeks. Not years either. It was last year, I'm sure. So, the last couple of years on Twitch actually have been kind of turbulent for the platform. And Twitch has tried various things to try to get back and make money. The problem is that Twitch as a platform wasn't really being lucrative anymore. So a lot of people stream and stuff like that, but they were just taking up a lot of server bandwidth. Like a lot of people, and I was guilty, had like billions of VODs or VODs. I say VODs, but you guys call them VODs. Had lots of stored up storage. And they were just streaming, and then like nobody was necessarily watching the streams or watching the ads, and Twitch has to pay for all that storage. So last year they made it where you have to go and delete all your storage. And the funny thing is, I had a lot of stuff that I had to go through and delete because I was one of those people who, when I figured out, because you can make a highlight, and then when I figured out you can just grab the highlight and just make it the whole stream, I would just highlight my whole streams and just leave them on Twitch forever. I also did download them and upload them to YouTube, But I kept them also on Twitch because I wanted people who come to Twitch to be able to see that I have content here and understand what kind of streamer I am, which I'm a variety streamer, so a lot of my streams are varied. So I had all kinds of different things on the VODs, and Twitch was like, you guys are wasting so much room, so much memory banks. Do you know how much the storage costs us? So they kind of just made everybody delete their stuff because that is one of the places that was being a wallet drain for Twitch. In addition to that, they tried different pairings with Amazon and stuff. They have Amazon Prime sub and all that kind of stuff. They have Amazon Prime Gaming that they changed. I forgot they changed it to, what's it called? What's it called now? It's called something. Luna or something? Yes, Luna. But that was Prime Gaming, and they were trying to get people to play games through Twitch via Amazon, and they're just trying a lot of stuff to help make money on Twitch because Twitch was not being very lucrative for them. They made a lot of changes to affiliates, and they made a lot of changes making it where you can be affiliate faster, because that's another thing. A lot of people who aren't affiliate don't get ads on their stream, so they're just streaming without ads, so Twitch is not able to show ads on their stream, and therefore they are not making Twitch any money. So they made it where affiliates can be easier to become affiliates so that Twitch can make more money off of more people on the platform. They went up on how much subs cost. They made changes to bits. They tried to be more like TikTok, and they made combos. They did a lot of stuff. They're trying to make it where Twitch does not go down, because there was a point when people thought that Twitch was going to actually get deleted and just get shut down because it was not profitable anymore. And that's why I appreciate when people actually support the platform, and not just to support me, but to support the actual platform, because Twitch is a lovely place, and I met a lot of cool people here and a lot of community here, and it would be a shame for this platform to be deleted. Because I know there's stuff like YouTube, but YouTube does not do the same stuff as Twitch, and it doesn't have the same environment as Twitch. It doesn't have the same feel of Twitch. And so that's why I appreciate the Twitch support. Anyways, that's a Twitch rant. Let's go back here. Anismus says, yep, our home is not here. I am homesick to a place that I've never been to. Understandable. British Empress says, I'd be so lost without Twitch. Twitch helps my anxiety, like many of us, so much. Yeah, Twitch is a good place sometimes. There's lots of good stuff here, but there's lots of weird stuff here too. There's lots of everything everywhere. But I do appreciate Twitch platform, and it is a good, cool place, and I would be sad if it got deleted as well. But yes, to answer your question, Anismus, I know that heaven is our home, and a lot of people do feel homesick for the place that we have not been to, at least in the capacity that we are able to know before. But your question was, why can't we go? I want to remember what your question was. I want to answer it correctly because I don't remember what it was. Anonymous asks, what are you anxious about? British says, all of us who do content creation have some form of anxiety. I believe that a lot of humans, just a lot of humans altogether, have some form of anxiety about one thing or another. But it's not necessarily just because of content creation, but it's also not, like, everybody has their own things that they're facing in their own life that cause anxiety. Now, I personally, a lot of times, have quite a lot of anxiety as well, but I just try to calm, and I try to focus on God, which God is the strength. God, as Christ is our strength, as we were just talking about, helping us to endure through things. And a lot of times there's a lot of stuff going on, and I always say a lot of stuff's going on, and a lot of times I feel very like, even though I look like this, and a lot of people are like, oh, thanks for the hugs to you as well, Empress. A lot of times people don't believe how much stuff is happening with me, because I don't look like stuff is happening. But Onesimus says, there are some of us that lift you up when you might not even know. Yes, I know there's some people who pray for me and I might not know, and all kinds of things like that, and I do appreciate it. In fact, I am a weird person where I pray about everything, and I pray about people who may be praying for me and I don't know. And I thank God for all of the things, because it's very weird, but I am just weird. Like I said, I tell people that my prayers are weird as well, and I think about a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't think about. So yes, I am totally aware of that, and I do appreciate that, and I do thank those who are praying for me, even those who I don't know are praying for me. You keep saying that you're weird. I don't see it. Only thing wild about you, typing speed. Understandable, yes, but I say I'm weird a lot, and a lot of people are like, don't say you're weird. Why are you saying you're weird? Well, that's because I feel that I am weird. One of my go-to scriptures are, "You are a chosen generation, a peculiar people," because we are not necessarily to fit in everywhere. We are standing out, but even I stand out, I feel, amongst people who are even Christians sometimes, because I am kind of strange in the way that I look at things, in the way that I think, the way that I do things. Because I one of the things, when people say, why do you keep saying you're weird, one of the things I do is say that because I don't want to necessarily sound like I am saying you should do what I'm doing, because that's not necessarily always true. So when we talk about things that we do, or things that we say, or ways that we think, I preface my way with, I do this because I'm weird. Now, you can also be weird and do it, or you could say you're not weird and you do it, which is fine. But I am saying that to say that I am aware that not everybody does that, and most people I know don't do this, but I do it. You could make bank being a court reporter. Interesting. I tried to do a transcription job or something like that before. We'll see what happens. British Empress says, Wordy, lovely, gotta go to bed now, as I have last busy day before my birthday. It is now 22 hours to go. Eek! I'm so going to enjoy these last moments of this day. Hugs, love, and see you soon. Well, God bless, much success to you. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and please do get some good rest, and I hope that your birthday is lovely. We are the body of Christ for a reason. Everyone has their own walk. That's true. So yes, please tell me what your question was again, so that I can answer properly. I want to go home. That's not a question. So if it's not a question, it's fine. I just wanted to know, because you said, can I ask another question? And I wanted to know what your question was so that I can answer it properly. You formatted it in that way. Okay. So, if you were just declaring that you want to go home, that's understandable. There are a lot of people who want to go home, me included, but I personally do believe that we are supposed to be here and do what we are supposed to do, what God wants us to do while we are here. A lot of things can happen, a lot of things can feel challenging, a lot of things can feel difficult, but that's another reason why I look at the scripture again. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. I am getting beat up by Christians more than non currently. That's interesting. I wonder what you're getting beat up about. Because another thing is, I have noticed also that sometimes certain people who claim to be Christians behave in a way that I personally do not necessarily believe is the way that at least I should behave. And as I said, I pray for everyone, but it is sad when you see Christians that say they are Christians and they are behaving in a way that doesn't seem like what Jesus would do. And that also discourages other people who are not Christians from even being curious about it, because they see how Christians treat each other, they see how Christians treat non-Christians. A lot of people have a misconception of the entire Christianity due to a certain representative group of Christians. And sometimes people say, well, you don't seem like how most Christians are that I meet. And I'm like, well, is this supposed to be a compliment? Because that's kind of sad fact. You guys are about to be in an ad though. Exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Be a Christian for Christ. Don't be a Christian for other Christians. Exactly. And it still hurts. Yeah, I know. It can be very difficult. I am going to wait for the ads because I want to make sure everybody can hear what I'm saying. Meanwhile, time to stretch. Doofy doofy. Alright, that's another thing. I was supposed to do a stretch, redeem, or something like that. I wanted to make a stretch command, because we have a hydrate command. I need to make a stretch command. I was wondering who I should make a stretch command, because there has to be a voice that says it too, I'm sure. It would be lovely to think of a voice to say something about stretching. Now, one of the things is, I will say, Constance never says anything on these streams because since I voice Constance, it will be very weird to have an overlapping voice of my own self saying stuff. So that's one of the reasons why other characters are often used. But we have a lot of someone, and then I would say recently, but it's actually not recently. It's been a long time now. We have a lot of Stuart now. We even have Kay now in a secret command. I wonder who else could be a stretch.
Took you so long.
I'm watching you. People is here. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Thank you so much for rating. And if you guys are not following I'm Watching People, please do feel free to follow I'm Watching People. Welcome in. How was your stream? They might not be over yet because they are not saying anything yet. But Onesimus, I'm back from the ads, so I'm going to say to you, you said, be a Christian for Christ, don't be a Christian for other Christians. It still hurts. Yes, that's understandable. I feel hurt as well. There was recently a time where I was very, and it's still a very, these current times, being a Christian, it is a very divisive time. And a lot of people are either turning away or separating from each other due to certain disagreements in this climate. And it is very sad, and it made me even feel, and usually, like, I have emotions, but I'm usually just able to keep going. But recently, it's not exactly recently, it's been a couple of years now, but more recently, at this certain time, I was disappointed because a lot of people I saw who were Christians and who were not Christians were being very divisive and very they were very hurt and everything, and I kind of just wanted to speak out and say that I am not represented by anyone else who says they are Christian. I am my own self. As you said, be a Christian for Christ, not for other Christians. And that is what I am. I am my own Christian. I am following Christ. I would love for it to be more united, but it usually, there is always going to be some division, sadly. And even the Bible spoke about this. And it can be difficult, but all I can keep doing is saying, to point to where Paul said, I can do all things through Christ. We long for community. Most of us as humans do long for community. And we want to have people who we can trust, who we can talk to, who we can have fun with, who we can, enjoy their company, who can support us, who can be there with us and for us. And sometimes it feels like we don't have that. A lot of times I feel like I don't have that. I do know that the online space is a good place to find something that feels like connection, and it is connection in a lot of people's situations. But even then, there can be some distance, and there can be some things, and some people want physical people who are in an area that they can meet up with personally and such. And it can be very difficult when you feel like you're just alone. But, as we know, yes, God is always with us. Christ will never leave us. But we still want the human connection, a lot of us. We still long for peace amongst our fellow siblings on this earth. And that is totally understandable. I long for the same thing. But a lot of times, it's just like, if it doesn't, as Paul was saying, I can be content. And that's how I look at it. And I know that's a hard way to look at it, and that's why I say I'm weird, because I just feel like I just keep praying and keep going. That's all I can say. That's kind of what my motto is, to just keep praying and keep going. And no matter what happens, I know that God is with me, even if it seems like nobody else is. But I don't know if that answered your question, Anisimus. By the way, I was saying hello to the Raiders, but I think they just came in. Welcome in. How are you and how is your stream? I'm watching people. Thank you so much for the raid. Crackerjack and Wild is here as well. Welcome in. You say happy born day. Technically, it's not my birthday right now, but my birthday is next week. Thank you so much for the wishes. How are you all? I was trying to wait for you guys to come in because I did greet you guys when you first came in and I shouted you out, but then I realized that nobody was saying anything, so I figured that you guys were probably finishing whatever kind of thing over there and then coming over here. So, I do appreciate the raid. Much love. I can't shout you out again because I already did, and Twitch is not going to let me do it again. But feel free to let me know how your stream went. Watching people says my stream is pretty cool. We just had an extended stream to make up for the stream I didn't do on Friday. And we laughed a lot. I think it was fun. I am glad that you had fun and laughed a lot. That sounds awesome. And if you had an extended stream, it sounds like you might need to do some self-care. So please do take care of yourself. Rest, hydrate, bio break, all that stuff. So thank you so much for stopping by and thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. If you have to leave out, God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I do appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you are able to get some good rest. By the way, speaking of birthday, though, my birthday is next week on Friday, March 13th. And we are trying to do a stream, and we wonder how long the stream will last. And if you would like to donate to the birthday stream goal, please do. Every 100 equals an hour. I'm watching people says I'm here to hang out with you, though I may be typing slower because I'm eating. Yum. What are you eating? That sounds good. And I said it sounds good even though I didn't even know what it was because I am hungry myself. I haven't eaten since lunch, I think. French fries and half a cold cut. Sounds delish. A cold cut sub or a cold cut on wheat or white. Sub, yes, yum. That sounds so good. French fries and sub. Nice. Delicious. I hope it's yummy, yummy, yummy in your tummy, tummy, tummy. I haven't had a sub in quite a while and I feel like I want one. And then French fries, yum. I love French fries too, like when they're very warm and hot and like crispy, but inside is like soft. Now I remember when I was younger and we used to go to the state fair, we used to get a bucket of fries. And the bucket of fries had like the shoestring fries, and then it was just like all that ketchup and vinegar. That was pretty good. Anisimus says all you get is old raisin oatmeal cookies. I love oatmeal raisin cookies. Oatmeal raisin cookies are good. A lot of people don't like them. They say chocolate chip is better. For one, I'm allergic to chocolate. For another, I love oatmeal raisin. But the fries are dried out. Oh no! Not dried out fries, but I bet they're still good, at least. Some fries can be better than no fries. Depending. But yes, I can instantly imagine the dried out fries. I remember what happened. We used to like get McDonald's or something, and then the fries got cold, and then we tried to heat them back up in the microwave after them being in like a refrigerator, and then it was just like they were very dry. But they can still be good. Depends. But Anisimus, I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but I said, does that answer your question that you were asking? Because I didn't really know what question. That wasn't really phrased as a question. So did it address your comment at least? Can we go home yet, is your question. Okay. Well, the answer is that depends on God's timing. Yes. So I said it can be taxing, and I know this, and it can be very challenging, it can be very difficult, but I personally believe that we are here for a reason, and we are supposed to continue until we are called there. And that by natural means, circumstantial means, or by the physical return of Christ. So, yes, it can be difficult, but like I said, I just keep focusing back on Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. So, even when it's difficult, I just try to keep praying, keep going, and that's all I can do. So that was the TLDR answer that I said, if you didn't hear me. But like I said, a lot of people don't know that there's so many people who feel that it is challenging here, and so many people that long for heavenly home, including myself. But there's a reason why we are here now. So I just try to focus on the fact that there is a reason why we are here now. And to keep praying, keep going, and keep depending on the scripture that says, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. And that's all I can do. Dev Error 101. Welcome in, late to the raid. Bambina has a little celebration. That's a cute little celebration. Sorry I was lurking. No worries. It's fine. Welcome in. How are you? And how was the stream with Unwatching People? Happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday yet. It is March 13th, which is next Friday. And we are doing the birthday fundraiser. So for every 100 we raise, that is how many hours I will stream on my birthday. If you would like to contribute to that goal, Ko-fi Stream Bot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen, and you can spin the donation wheel in addition to adding an hour to the clock. Some of you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Dev Error says she is always a great vibe. I love her, referring to Watching People. Nice. During the ads, we can do a heist. If you don't know about a heist, you can exclamation point heist and put a number so that you can join the heist. And then we will see what happens after the heist. And you guys should be in an ad very shortly. Thank you so much for enduring the ads. It helps Twitch and it helps creators. Darth is starting the heist. Here we go. And while there's a heist, I'm just gonna dance, dance, dance. We also have stream pets. If you would like a stream pet, this also comes with donations. If you want a stream pet, you can name a pet after yourself, and they will be up on the stream. I'm gonna find a better way to display them as well. I'm watching people say, sorry, my hands are full of mayonnaise and oil, and I don't want to short my phone out trying to type messages. Give me a few minutes, thank you again. No worries. Like I said, enjoy your food, please. Alright, well, there's an ad. I'm gonna see if I can do some typing. What was the last thing I was supposed to be doing? Oh, the genre thing. The whole genre thing gave us a situation we didn't know. Alright, here we go. Alright, you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Darth Thorlin with the great teamwork. Great job. Bambina as well, helping me escape with the target. Mission accomplished. Nobody was captured. That was awesome. And we're back from the ads now, so welcome back. We were just doing some co-working and some sprinting. And chatting, of course. We started chatting about so many things. You can also, if you want to redeem stuff, you can redeem stuff. If you want to contribute to the birthday stream goal, that would be appreciated. And then you will get fun things. If you want to just lurk, you can lurk. If you want to work, you can work. We are still doing some co-working, I guess. We did have some sprint timers up on the clock for a sec, but we took them down because we started talking about stuff. But we can jump back into sprints if you guys want to, or we can just keep chatting. It all depends, whatever you guys want to do. And with you guys rating in, do know that if you don't know me, I'm Wordy Girl, and I am a variety streamer. So, Colonel says, hello, working Wordy Girl in chat. That time of night for me to go. Have a good night. Well, God bless, much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always, Colonel. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you so much again for the subs. Much love. But yes, if you don't know about me, I have lots of fun redeems, lots of fun commands, lots of fun everything. We're very random, chill, and chaotic at the same time, as we were talking about earlier. And yeah. Yes, Bambina got the emote. I got that emote too. I never used it before though. I'm gonna try to use it now. I wonder what will happen if I feel like this heart is too big. Yep, it is. Yeah, that heart is too big. It would have been funny if it was not too big, but it is. It kind of works though, kind of. I usually use that one for, like, there's World Anvil, so the World Anvil icon is big enough where I do this a lot and it looks okay. And I also do it with the cohort, like this. The cohort spins. But that one's just so small, it doesn't look like it works. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I like to just like put it alternating between things because it looks like the heart is sliding behind the thing. I thought that this would make it look like the heart is flowing into the filling up heart that is giving life. But it didn't work because it was too small. Yes, I love sparkles. And there's a sparkle emote that I use in Discord all the time. I just love the sparkle emote. That's so mesmerizing how that does that. Xenon Steam is here. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you? Please let me know how to pronounce your name if that's not it. What you writing? Asks Xenon. I am writing some short stories based on prompts. One of the prompts was that I have to write a story that shifts genre part way through, and I was asking the chat what genre should I use, and then we got into a whole discussion about other things, but I'm trying to come back to it. I don't think we actually figured out which genre I should use, but I think I'm just gonna choose one for myself. Unless you have a suggestion. Anyways, thank you so much for joining. How are you? I'm writing Noir right now. Nice. Much success with your story. Is it like a novel? Is it a short story? Or is it... that's not for everyone. Yes, Noir is good. It's good. It's an interesting genre. Una's back! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the back. Una, hello. How are you? I hope things went well as you left. We were just talking about it. You know, we just got back into writing. And I was about to ask again which genre to write. Yes, what defines noir? So basically, this is what I say. Noir is supposed to be... Usually, it's like a gritty detective genre that has like mystery. It has usually murders, thefts, and then there's the aesthetic of like the old-timey black and white, or like trench coats and fedoras and that kind of thing. Now, I'm sure there are things that are noir that don't necessarily have all that stuff. But that is one of the reasons why, as I talked about before you left, genre isn't the thing that I get overly hung up on, because it's so up to interpretation. Noir itself, as Xenon says, bleak moral choices with consequences that can't be escaped. So this is the thing. If there was a fantasy with bleak moral choices and consequences that cannot be escaped, you would still not consider that noir. I feel that the noir is also the aesthetic and the time period in which the story is placed. But I guess that might just also be a stereotype. Una says, I like mixes, so yeah, exactly. What I do is usually I just write something and then I say, okay, what do people think this is? Because I don't know. And then the other thing I was saying earlier is, like, if I know what genre I'm trying to aim for, then I can tailor the story in that way. Like, if I was writing my story, I am writing a mystery, spy, drama thing, right? If I were to make that noir, if I had to make it noir, I would have to focus on, like, dark, gritty parts of the city. I would probably have to make my main character do monologues. I would probably have to make it like in first person with the main character doing monologues and doing witty quips every 5 seconds. I would have to make it where there's guns. Like, there's some characters that don't have guns, but I would have to make this character that is focusing on have guns. And it would be like a way to, yeah, so Batman has noir vibes. Batman can have noir vibes, especially depending on which rendition you're talking about and which situation you're talking about. Now, I feel that Batman is very noir. It's very dark. It's very mystery. At first, DC was detective comics. They had a lot of noir characters. So I would say that Batman is similar to Noor. A lot of Batman is Noor. The problem is also it's a superhero. So when you say that, you can say it's a Noor superhero, but the superhero overpowers the Noor to the point where if you're going to classify it as one genre, you would say it's a superhero genre as opposed to saying it's Noor. Because when you say it's Noor, people are not going to expect some kind of masked man with a suit and like a bat car, Batmobile, Batarang, like that. That makes it where it's like, wait, what? That's kind of not Noor. It is a superhero with Noor vibes rather than just being Noor itself, because the superhero then takes over the Noor part. That's at least what I understand. But like I said, everybody has different interpretations of genre, and that's one of the reasons why I don't stick to genres. Because they're too confusing and people have too many interpretations of them. The mortified monologues, right, Zazuna? For someone who doesn't like dark environments, I do like Noor, Zazuna. Batman is not super. Well, that's the thing. Thank you so much, Zeno, for following the stream. Much love. I will say, Batman is super, though. A lot of people, this is another thing. A lot of people are going to say that superhero genre means they have to have some kind of superpowers. Superhuman. But some superheroes are not even human at all. They might be an alien. They might be a robot. They might be something else. You can be a super genius. Batman is supposed to be highly intellectual. He's supposed to be a genius. Yes, he's also super rich. Exactly. And he's what you call a self-made superhero. Because even though he doesn't, it's not like he got struck by lightning and got some powers. He didn't get some kind of weird mutagen ooze injected into. Like, he just made himself a superhero, which is something that humans do sometimes in real life. They can make themselves a suit, but only his is more advanced, because you will see his technology that he uses, and he has like so much money. He can make Batmobiles, he can make a whole secret lair, and just like, yes, Iron Man also and Ironheart, they made their own costumes, but since they are so smart and they are so rich, they are able to make like a flying costume and stuff that, like, what? Nobody can do that because nobody has that much money. But you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. But being rich and super smart, super rich and super smart is considered part of the superhero, the superhero classification of super, honestly. I will continue when the ads are over. Thank you for enduring ads. If you would like to join the heist, we can, while the ads are going. We're gonna stretch a bit. It's good to stretch. Alright, we have about 30 seconds left in the ads. Oh no! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Well, welcome back from the ads. Unfortunately, Bambino was captured this time. Alright, anyways, let's see. Him and Uncle Scrooge, says Bambina. Yes, exactly. Welcome back from the ads. But yes, as I was saying, in the superhero genre, I think what classifies as a superhero is mainly that you have a suit and you have a lair and you have a lot of times in the superhero genre also, these characters are known by the public as figures that are supposed to be saving the day. Bambina says, I must have polished my shoes too much. The opposer saw the glint. Yes, that's a good one. I love when people tell why. One time I was wearing my jester hat and it had all those bells on it and I kept getting captured and I was like, somebody in the chat was like, wait, it's because you have all those bells on your jester hat. And I was like, makes sense. Oops, sorry guys. And I kept foiling the whole team. Clearly it was because of my jester bell hat. Anyways, the superhero genre, you could say, yes, if your story includes the word wapow, you're a superhero. Yeah, that's an interesting one. It could be, but everybody's like to that. The main thing I believe is that a superhero genre, usually this person feels like they are supposed to be a hero, like they are supposed to help to rescue people, and people know them, even if they know their secret. They don't know their secret identity. They know that this person is famous in their town or in their region, and they are the person who, you know, comes to the rescue. The thing about this is, if you look at like fantasy and you have like a powerful character, you can see like powerful characters that are similar to that, but usually they don't have a secret identity and they don't have like special suit. Then you look at something like Thor, who could be in fantasy, but if you look at Thor comics, it's a superhero. Or Thor movie, that's considered a superhero because the way it is presented. But you could actually do a fantasy in Asgard if you want to, and just focus on the fact that it's fantasy. But what makes it a superhero is that it's like what they call dun dun dun, when like they appear and they're like, look who it is! It's a bird, it's a plane! It's saving the day! Like that. That's kind of part of what makes the superhero genre, because it's like these are people expect this figure to be the hero. Una says the Nor protagonist would just be earning a living. Zeno says could be, yeah. So some Nor stories are like about detectives. They could be detectives. They could be private investigators. They could have been hired by a widow to find the killer of her mafia husband or something. Like, it depends. But it's usually like a lot of dark and gritty stuff. It usually has violence. It usually has guns. It usually has... Yes, Thor is a superhero with a fantasy backstory. That's an interesting way to look at it, because you could read a Thor story about the backstory of Thor and say, oh, this is just fantasy. But once you see Thor being a hero in the city saving the day, and people are like, look, it's Thor! Like that, then that's a superhero. I've yet to determine the genre of something I've written. Exactly. That's how I am as well. I don't stick to genres, so a lot of times I just say, okay, I'll let somebody read it and tell me what it is, because I don't know. Unless I am trying to stick to a genre, which I said earlier, I will say, okay, if I'm writing about Thor and I want it to be fantasy, I can focus on the aspects that are fantasy. I can make it seem better and bigger and fantastical and not necessarily change what happens, but just change what I'm looking at. If I want to make a superhero story with Thor, I would focus on the part of the Thor story that exists that is in the superhero realm. I would emphasize people who are like, oh no, who will rescue us? And stuff like that. Because that's part of what superhero genre is. I will show things that highlight what is expected in that genre, but I won't necessarily change the things that happen in the story. So I'm just weird because there's some people who are like, okay, I want to write a certain type of story. I'm going to go follow all the tropes of that story. I'm going to go follow the 3-act structure. I'm going to follow the hero's journey. I'm going to make sure this hits all the beats of what this genre is supposed to be. And then it's like, okay, if it's a romance, I need to find this part of the romance where at this time they do this and this. Like, I'm not the person who does that. I know there's some people who do that, and that's okay. That's good. There's everybody writes differently. I just personally am a person where I'm like, I see the whole story in my brain. Now I just have to get it onto the paper. And that is a very weird way to be, because I know that not everybody's like that. I more recently heard people call it a discovery writer, kind of where they're like writing and then they're like, wait, they just figure out that something is supposed to happen, and even the writer themselves is surprised at the turn of the events. Or like if a character is supposed to do something for the plot, it just won't work if you try to make the character do something, if it's against their character. There's some people who are like, I want something to happen in my story. It's a certain story beat. At this point, something's supposed to happen. I'll just take this random character and make them do this thing so it can happen. And I can't do that because my characters feel so real and so true to themselves that if I just randomly try to say that a character did something for the plot, it's just not going to work. Zeno says Pantser, kind of, but that's the thing. I see the story and I know the beginning, middle, and end, but it's not necessarily that I'm Pantser still. It's like something else. I don't know. Where did the planning happen? Did the planning happen on paper? No. But do I have a map of what I'm supposed to be doing? Yes. Where did it come from? My brain. I don't know. Una says, I remember somebody saying that Infinity War was written as a heist. I think they meant Endgame. And somehow that turned heist into a genre in my mind. Yes, okay. Heist is a genre. Heist is a genre, but there's different types. There could be a fantasy heist, but it will still be like a D&D group, like the Bard, the Barbarian, the Rogue, and the Gnome try to get into the King's Palace and steal the Golden Ring. Like, that can be a heist. But if you just call that a heist, people are not going to expect it to be a fantasy heist unless you say it's a fantasy heist. That is a genre. Most times if you just say a heist, people imagine either modern day or they imagine maybe in the early 1900s it could be like a Nor heist, and like 1940s, 1950s, or either like modern day. Anywhere between there and modern day is a group of random people.
What took you so long?
The terrible novelist. Oh no. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Raid. Welcome in. How are you and how's your stream? So the genre of heist is mainly that a group, like usually a ragtag group of random people who each individually have their own skills, come together to steal something from a place that is secured and locked. And most of the parts of the heist itself, like it's building up to the heist. That's another thing, because there can be a heist in another book, but if it's not building up to the heist, it's just like a heist happened in that book and that was it. If it's building up to the heist, that's what makes it the heist genre, because if it just comes on as like, yeah, we robbed a bank, and then it just keeps going, and then they just show like regular life of what happened after they robbed the bank, that's kind of not a heist movie anymore, because it didn't focus on the heist part. A heist happened, but it's not focused on that, if that makes sense. Let me catch up on chat, by the way. Right, Cypher Robinson is here. Woo! Terrible Novelist is here. For the glory of writing, Mary Drop Flockin' Poppins is here. Welcome, welcome in. I like your bat phone in the background. Yes, we were just talking about Batman and Nor and stuff. Some people say this looks like the bat phone. Yes, I love retro red stuff. So you have been rated. Put all your vowels and consonants in the back. This is a stick up. Speaking of heist, welcome in. It was definitely one of those good for the soul nights. My chapter needs a major detail revision, but it's otherwise good for having a direction. Yay, woo! Congrats on progress. Mary Dropluck and Poppins said she would continue to beta read, so I consider that a win. Nice. Cypher says, I wrote Act 1 of a Western heist for a producer. Great train robbery meets Ocean 11. He never got around to read it. Boo. Oh, no. That sounds awesome, though. I would love to know about it. Azariah is here and says, what a loss to that. Back to lurking. I'm way too hostile for chit-chat. Oh, no. Why are you hostile? Well, thank you for the lurk. God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you feel better soon. Terrible Novelist says you also have a great night. Yes, if you have to leave, Terrible Novelist, thank you so much for the raid. God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and thanks so much for the raid. Cypher says he had 2 known actors verbally agreed to do a Western with him. I did it as a target of opportunity. Azariah says, yeah, buddy, you're talented in the screenplay writing from what I've seen, but let me work. Mary says, never trust a producer. So yeah, we were just talking about genres. So what we were talking about is how different genres can be seen in different ways based on the perspectives in which you write. Cypher says, true, I've been bailed on twice with no explanation, but that's the biz. Gotta move on. Yeah, that's sad. Much success to you with your endeavors, though. But yes. We are also having a birthday stream goal. Next week is my birthday, and I'm gonna try to stream for as many hours as $100 I can make. So please do feel free to contribute to the goal if you so choose. Anyways, yes, genres. So what we were saying was the heist genre. Like I said, a story can have a heist in it without being a heist genre. Heist genre usually focuses on the heist as the penultimate goal, like the climax of the whole thing, usually. If a heist just happens sometime in the story, it's not necessarily a heist genre story. It's just a heist happened in this story. So that's one of the things why I said if I am writing for a certain genre and I want it to be a heist, then I need to make sure that I focus on the heist as the subject, and I focus on the characters who are coming together to create the team who will complete the heist and all that. Cypher says, oh, I did have a short film by Mama Buckle come out. He did a great job. May I share a link? Feel free to share. Terrible Novelist says, I am going to lurk a bit and make some supper. You have a great night. Have a blessed one. Terrible Novelist, I hope you have a lovely, yummy supper. God bless, much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way. Always, I appreciate you stopping by. Cypher says, and yeah, heist is a specific set of conventions. Yes. Now, you guys are probably going to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads, let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Everybody, please do check out Cypher Robinson's short film in the YouTube link. Psychological thriller? Alright, so I don't know if is this the one I saw? Maybe this is the one I saw. Let me see. Nope, this is not the one that I saw. This is the one that I saw Mama editing, I believe. Dead Air is the title. Yeah, I will have to check that out. Thank you so much for sharing. I will have to watch that soon. Alright, while we are waiting for the ads, you can actually start your own heist. Join the heist. Join the movie. The heist movie in the chat.
Woohoo! What fun! Again!
Ah, Xenon has tried a heist. Okay. I don't know if you're in I don't know if you're in the ads, but you should be back from the ads now. If you're back from the ads, welcome back. Xenon, thank you so much for cheering a bit. Much love. I don't know if you heard that because you were probably in the ads, unless you have Twitch Turbo. Well, the heist is over. Welcome back. I successfully completed the mission. Xenon, I don't know if you heard me, if you were in ads or not, but thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Also, I was saying that you are newer to the chat, I believe, so you might not have any channel points. I think you can, what was it? Yes, here we go. Exclamation point points to see how many points you have, and that's how many points you can wager when you heist. You might not have any points here yet, so you just have to check it out by exclamation point points to see if that will work. Anyways, we are back from the ad. So what were we talking about again? Johnner? And there's the drum right there, right on time. Drum roll please. Yes, we have a genre conversation going on, and one of the reasons why the genre conversation was going on is because I have a prompt that I'm trying to put together that says write a story that shifts genre partway through. And I asked the chat for two genres that I could try to shift into each other, and it became a conversation, and then we tried to get back to it and it became another conversation. But it's great. I love conversations, and I love talking about things and talking about writing and talking about all kinds of stuff. So yeah, that's not Wattpad ONC prompt. No, this is from the Storyteller Collective Flashfic February prompt, but Wattpad may have had a similar prompt. Cypher says, I had a blast doing the recruitment drive in mine. What? Sorry if I don't understand what you're saying. At first I read it as drive-in mine, like a drive-in movie theater or something. Oh, the recruitment drive in your Western heist. Is that what you're saying? So like when they were recruiting people to join the heist? Yes. Right. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I would love to figure out about that. Now, I'm gonna tell you what I told Mama Buckle as well. There is what you call long story short, but it's going on right now. It's in March. Long story short, March on Kickstarter. And if you have something like that, and you can say, I'm trying to get this movie produced. I wrote the script, but the producer that I was going to work with is snubbed me. So I would love to be able to produce this on my own. You can say we need to cast it, or either you can say we can aim for an animated film. But you can just try to get your community, your friends and fans, to help to fund your project using Kickstarter. And right now they do have long story start March. So if you if this film is a short film, then it might work. If it's a feature length film, then it might not work. Lurk time, gonna do some reading, then sleep. Take care. Thank you so much for writing in and sharing. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a nice reading time and a blessed rest. All right. Okay, I'm back, says I'm watching people. Welcome back. Zeno says, gotta go, have fun. Thank you so much for joining in, and thank you for the bits. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and thanks for the follow as well. Watching people, cheering some bits. Thank you so much for the bits, much love. Bambina also saying goodbye to Xenon. Excuse me. Darth says is back, had dinner, and had to take the trash to the curb. Nice. I hope dinner was yummy. Leftover Chinese pork tenderloin with thick sauce. So Mom and I always love adding noodles to it for more yummy meals. Yum, that sounds so good. I would love to have something like that right now. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Also, feel free to exclamation point heist to start a heist. You can check your points by exclamation point points. See how many points you have. I think that the heist only allows you to wager up to 50 points, I think. I'll check. Darth, as Darth says, what's an ad? Which means Darth has Twitch Turbo. Thank you so much to everyone who has Twitch Turbo or is subscribed. Much love. If you don't, thank you for enduring the ads because they do still help Twitch platform and they do help me. Yeah, 50 is too much. Alright, I think that 20 might be the highest. I don't know. It might be 25. We'll see. Thank you so much for the butterfly flutter. Welcome in, Sapphire Girl. Great job, Darth and I successfully completed the mission. Bambina says W. The Emerald's here. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. And today is day 64 of the year, which is how many contestants are in BFB. I think that's what it says. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Thank you for that fact. How are you? I'm glad you're good. It's also how many contestants are in Object Gospel again. Nice. Welcome into the heist. I'm gonna try. Ooh, 25 works. 30 doesn't work, but 25 works. Hey, we all got through. Congratulations, great job, Darth.
Where did you come from? I had this completely under control.
Thanks so much for making someone say something, AJ. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Dart says ads totally stuck behind this ad about a Kickstarter project. Haha. Well, if you are looking for the ad about the Kickstarter project, you can exclamation point zine to figure out about it. Goodness, they took away the Roblox cheering mode? I guess they did. It was probably a copyright issue. Haha. Finally. Finally. You did it. Remember when I told you about that and you had done it one time? You had said front and it wasn't a command at first, but I said I'll get you and you never did it again. Bambina's back. Welcome back. Darth Torlin is front. I see what you did there. Clever one, aren't you? Special thanks to Darth Torlin for this hidden command. See? I made that because you, a long time ago, came into my chat and said exclamation point front after you heard about exclamation point back. And then you never did it again, but I credited you for it. And I was waiting for somebody to do that again. And it credits you. So, there we go. Hello, gamer! Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Well, we celebrate today Wordy Bee Day. Almost. Not today, but we were trying to do a fundraiser today for my birthday, which is March 13th, which is next week on Friday. Thank you so much for the wishes, though. I appreciate it. We do have a birthday stream goal up here. And for every 100 raised, it will mean that I stream for an hour on my birthday. So, if you would like to contribute, feel free to do so. If not, no worries. How are you, though? And what are you working on today? Or what were you chatting about today? 2,400 for vacation. Well, 2,400 would be for if I do a 24-hour stream on my birthday. So here's how it works. If I get $100, I'll stream 1 hour on my birthday. If I get 300, I will stream 3 hours on my birthday. If I get 2,400, I will stream 24 hours on my birthday. So that is the incentive. Do we get awesome PJs? Yes. You want me to wear awesome PJs? I will wear awesome PJs. Do you get to have your own awesome PJs? If you want your own awesome PJs, we do have merch. So if you'd like to check out the merch, there are some cool PJs in the Fourth Wall shop. And we sometimes do have discounts and such for supporters. But if you go here, you will see shop by category, sleepy time. There's a lot of Will-O-Wisp PJs here. If you like those. But yeah, I know you were joking, but I just decided to show the merch for the reason because you said something about it. If you're just now joining, welcome to the stream. We're just chilling and chatting. We were doing some typing, we're doing some fun redeems, we're doing some fun commands and all that jazz. And we're talking about merch apparently. Glow Gamer says, if I buy one of everything in merch site, then can you wear awesome PJs if you get 24 hours? Yes, I can wear awesome PJs if I give 24 hours, but if you buy one of everything in merch site, that's gonna be way more than just paying the 24-hour stream thing, because there's a lot of merch on there. It's not just PJs. There's t-shirts, there's pants, there's coasters, there's mugs, there's so much stuff, and I'm sure if you get one of everything, it's gonna be well over $2,400. But yes, if you want to get something from the merch shop, you can. But I have way too many merch products, so we can take this time to look a little bit at the merch. Oh, notebooks, says Darth. Yes, there's notebooks. So there's button pins, there's coaster and mug sets. You can also buy the coasters on their own. That's my social media stuff. If you shop by category, you can see bundles. Oh, they're lined. Boo. Let's see. I don't think that all of them are lined. Let's see. Headgear. Totes bags, tech accessories, immersive, Styrex. Wait. Where did I put the notebooks? Did I get rid of the school time stuff? I got rid of the school time stuff. Ah, man. Alright, I have to add that category back again. Because there's way more, I'm gonna say browse all merch. And I will find the notebooks. Okay. Nope, those aren't notebooks. That's greeting card. Alright, let's see. These. More details. These are dotted pages here. So I don't know if you like dotted. You saw more writing supplies? I didn't even see writing supplies. Alright, let's see. Gift to Twitch chat. Wordy Girl is currently live on Twitch. You can gift this product to lucky viewers who watch the stream. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Oh, you're trying to see that one. Okay. I'll find that one. Hold on. Yeah, this one has dotted pages. Alright, let's see. These here, yes, these are lined. This is called lined notebook. I can't write on paper that is blank, says Glow Gamer. Yeah. So some people can write on paper that's blank. This is lined, this one. Wow, that's interesting. Hold on. Let's see, I like dotted or grid. So this has dotted. These right here have dotted. these. You might not like it though, but these have dotted. But I see why you like these because of how they're made. And they look nice and they have the little bookmark, and they can, you know, have the little what do you call it, the band thing. All right, let's see. I find myself always drawing on lined paper and writing on the blank ones, says Bambina. Glow says, my words will be going down the page, all angled and no straight. Weird. Yeah, I know it, not straight. Yep, I know what you mean. Darth says, I want hardcover, though not spiral bound. Yes, got it. All right, I'm going to see. I have a request now. I'm going to see if I can get dotted or grid notebook in like this kind of binding. All right, so let me see if I did it wrong, because I feel like I did the wrong things. Sleepy time, apparel, quote merch, drinkware, headgear, magnets, stickers, patches and pins, totes and bags, tech accessories, immersive experiences, styrax, and that's it. I don't see any writing supplies. I used to have one that was school. I took the school away. I'm gonna have to bring the school back. Or office supplies back. I clicked gift shop. Oh! I forgot I made the gift shop. And the thing about the gift shop is that I made that for Christmas, so I tried to make it where it had a lot of cute, fun gifts that are like anybody can have them. So it won't be like, oh no, what t-shirt size do they wear? Socks are usually one size fit all. Drinkware is usually one size fit all. There's writing supplies. I'm gonna put that back on the other side too. Here we go. Okay, thank you. So I was like, I don't know why that wasn't there. And they have gift cards, they have tote bags, they have all these things. Because these things are things that usually are one size fits all. Bambino says, I like the music. Thank you. I composed all these songs. This one was done a long time ago. It actually has lyrics to it, but I'm not gonna sing them because I'm probably not going to sound right. But yes. All these songs I have either created or compiled with loops, and I use them for some of my, like this was primarily loops, this one, but it was supposed to be for a rap song and the person didn't actually get back with me on it. It was supposed to be a collab, but yeah, that's how it is. I like your teacup in the back. Yes, thank you. So we are in the Mad Hatter's garden. We still have not drinking any tea this month, but we have the special tea set and the special teacup because we are in the Mad Hatter's garden. Vintage? Imitation vintage. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Darth has made it tea time. Thank you so much for the tea time. So what I'm gonna do is get my kettle though and heat up the water, and then we're gonna pour it into that one, and then we're going to have tea. And I wanted to do like some floral or fruity teas, but I didn't get my garden sampler this year yet. I was supposed to be ordering it along with the Legos, but I didn't do it yet. I will try to order the Lego and the tea hopefully soon. And you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome, welcome back. You're going to hear a loud noise, and that is the teapot heating up. Sklow Gamer says, I watched the Scary Movie 6 trailer and was like, oh, the whole time. Of course, you were like, Ghostface. You're making a ghost face the whole time you're watching it. Alright. Wordy scary? Says Glow Gamer. Yeah, I was just writing because, as I was saying, there was the what was I saying? There's the prompt that said let's see, what does the prompt say? Write a story that shifts genre partway through. So I said I want to choose two genres that are drastically different from each other so that can seem like a real jarring turn, because a lot of genres can be conflated, and I usually mix genres as well. But I said, okay, let's do scary one. Let's do maybe a scary one and like a slice of life or like a rom-com or something. I don't know. I am going to see. I'm not going to tell anybody which story it is because they'll have to read it and figure it out, and then they might get a whiplash reaction when they read it if they realize what it is. If they were in the stream, then they will know this is probably the one with the prompt. But if they weren't, they'll be like, what? What's happening here? Romance plus horror? Exactly. Blimey says, scary movie are good movies. I definitely be watching that, says Blimey. Yes. Romantic horror, says Glow Gamer. Alright. So, that is done. Now what I'm gonna do is put the water into this. Now when I first got this, I was scared that like the hot water would crack it. But it's so far been fine. Well, Gamer says, romantic horror, I can see that, like Falling for Dracula. Yeah, that's a thing. But it can also be a different kind of romantic horror. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily be that the love interest turns out to be a horror being. It could be that it's focusing on a couple doing romantic things, and then suddenly, oops, what's happening here? A horror being just destroyed them. Like, you know how usually in scary movies, you will see there's like a couple kissing in a car or something, and then a horror being just kills them. Like, you only see them for like 5 seconds because the genre of the movie is not romance. The genre of the movie is horror, and they are trying to showcase the horror. If they just zoom into the romance part, you're gonna be like, what am I watching? This isn't what I signed up for. So this is why I said when I look at things, I see the whole story. If I have a horror movie and I have a couple who's kissing in a car, I know too much about that couple. I know where they came from. I know how they met each other. I actually know their names. I know why they're here, what kind of date they went on, the whole evening. And they just happen to be extras, but this is why I say I have too much information on all my characters. I don't really have extras, because if I wanted to make a story about them, I could. They just so happened to be in the path of a horror being and got killed. But they can also be the main characters of their own story, if that makes sense. So that's how I am as a writer. Very weird, but that's how I am as a writer. Let's read the story. Story? Chat. Though Scary Movie 5, I think, was the one with Charlie Sheen, was the weakest, but still funny, but not best, says Blimey. True, hopefully Scary Movie 6 is best, Blimey says, or do a me, create universe where Dracula once existed, but he's dead and never used. Oof, there we go. Extras should not have too much details? Question mark. Exactly. That's the thing. With me, people are like, you don't have to flesh out your extras. Just leave them alone. You know, I'm like, I have this stuff already. I mean, what am I gonna do? Erase it from my brain? Like, I don't have to use it. I don't have to show everybody this, but I know it. And that's just it, because I just know it. And that's it. It's too late. Alright, I try not to put too much honey because I realize this is a very small teacup. There we go. We've got the tea. And we are finally in the Mad Hatter's garden. We are finally partaking of the lovely tea of the garden. And thank you so much to Darth Thorlin for the tea. We will let it steep a bit. Darth says, sometimes when two people are kissing in a car, I am brought back to the movie Christine instead of people killing people. Car is the killer demonic. Yeah, that's another thing. Bambi says they're called extras. They should have extra details. Exactly. Glow says classic movie to Darth. I beg to differ, says Glow about the having extra details. Darth says classic movie and book. And book. Christine's book too. Bambina laughs at the begging to differ. But yes, this is the thing. I don't necessarily try and seek out to flesh out all of my extras. It's just that my brain does this. This is why I say I'm a weird writer. When somebody in the chat earlier was saying I'm like a pantser, it's not really a pantser. I see these things and I know where it's going. So it's just, I don't know. It's very difficult to explain this because this is not something that most writers do. Blimey says, Christine, my favorite horror movie, but book is much darker. Yes. So, the thing about me is, my worlds are just like real life. Some people feel like they're the main characters in their own real life. I personally don't feel like that, which some people think is weird, but I'm weird. But when you are in your own real life, you see some people just walking down the street. They would be considered extras in your story because you're not zooming into them. You don't know who they are. Their story is not relevantly important to what is going on with you at the moment. Now, if you go up to them and meet them, then they may become more significant in your personal story. But if you don't go up to them and meet them, it's not like they're just one-dimensional characters. You just don't know about them. So in the same way, that's how my writing is. When I write, my brain just knows all these people are people. They are actually people. They actually have real lives. They are actually existent beings in a universe. And even though you might not see in the story that I write, I know it because I'm the author and I know that these characters are deeper than what they appear. It could be like a barista at a coffee shop. The main character just comes into the coffee shop, orders a coffee, and leaves. But all the customers in that shop, the barista, the owner of the shop, the janitor, and everything else, I could just write a story about that. The main character just so happened to go into that coffee shop, but if I wanted to write a story about this coffee shop, I could. Because I'm weird. Because I can just choose to look at it. If I choose to look at it long enough, I will start seeing everybody else's names. I will start seeing everybody else's lives. I will say they have kids, they have a significant other, they just got fired from their job, they're stressed out. They're ordering a coffee, they spilled it on themselves, like that. And it's just weird. I'm just weird. It just starts just, and then I just have to write it down. That's why I decide not to look at stuff. Because if I'm like, I don't want to focus on that right now because I'm trying to look at this person over here. But if I focus on the little things too much, they will just start to materialize and it will be too late. I am the kind of person where I don't even know what a story is called. I don't know necessarily what characters are named. I don't know who's the main character yet. I have to choose a main character, especially if I see a big, vast story and all this stuff is happening. I say, whose perspective should I write this from? And I have to pick who is the main character. And even when I do that, there's so many stories and so many little mini stories that I write from the perspective of other people who are also in the world. If you see, like even my Secret Agent Someone story, Secret Agent Someone clearly is the titular character, but there are so many stories from the perspective of his partner, Constance. There's so many stories from Stewart, who some people thought Stewart was an extra at first until they started paying attention to how significant Stewart seems. Then they say, well, is Stewart going to replace someone? It's like, he doesn't replace him because he's his own person. Because my writing style is very weird. Let's catch up on the chat. Universe shouldn't exist. There's no symbiotes. Oh, goodness. Danny says, and then all our stories cross and we all assemble like Avengers style. Yes. Darth says, great. Now when you say extra, my mind says, extra, extra. Read all about it. Yeah, exactly. Skull Gamer says, all Stephen King books details is darker than movie. LOL. King, some things I don't know if director will be okay with showing on TV. I heard about it, and they did not put what the kids did in the movie. Yeah, of course. Blimey says no, because no symbiote. Blimey is still on the symbiote kick here. Bambi says infinite story material. Indeed. That's why I honestly call myself having an infinite imagination. And that's why my Discord server is called Infinite Imaginations, because of this very reason. And that is also one of the books that I started writing a long time ago, called The Infinite Imagination of Isabella Ives, which still has not been completed. That was one of the first things I decided to try to work on for NaNoWriMo, and I didn't finish it. Danny says, that you know of. There's no symbiotes in this universe that you know of. Blimey says, if so, we better kill it. Blimey also says, I'd rather start my own Fantastic Four than Avengers. My own family. Yes. Yes. Alright. So, all that. Thank you so much. And thank you to Darth again for the tea. I'm going to take a sip of tea.
Hey, yoo-hoo! Look at me!
Alright, first I'm going to read this because I don't want to laugh with my tea. I know it's Danny saying something funny. Speaking of side characters, the dwarves from Snow White want to tell their own story. They've signed a 7-figure deal. Goodness gracious. Sklo says, I had to get into Avengers to watch the latest Spider-Man movies. Yeah, it's a lot. The MCU is a lot. You can actually, be watching the whole MCU for days. I expected it to be hotter than it was. Thank you, Darth. Yummy, yummy, yummy tea. Pinkies up, as they say. Alright. And yes, you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads, let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Shaq is here. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you? Cheers, cheers, cheers to the tea. We are in the Mad Hatter's garden. Alright, you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Let us figure out what happened here. Let me see if I can join the heist. I can't do heist 26. 25 is the highest then. No, I couldn't join as well. I couldn't join on time. Bambino was spotted! Oh no! Sorry, I couldn't join you in time. Okay. Alright, let's see. How are you, Shackley? I don't remember how to say your name. Please let me know. Blimey says, Glow Gamer, never seen any Avengers that after Ultron, and I still watch Spider-Man. Yeah, you can still watch the movies standalone on their own, but some of the references and stuff will be lost on you if you don't know about the whole MCU. Blimey says, another unnecessary Oz prequel that isn't canon to me. Okay, Twitch ad, won't be watching that. Oh no, I know you don't like that one. Darth says, should have a sound for it. A sound for what? Glow says, but what about the part when Spider-Man said he was working for them like a summer? For like a summer. About the movie, you don't know what he went through. I mean, you can just take his word for it. If you want to look at the movies, you can, but you can also just take a character's word for it. The reason why they usually like characters just mention stuff like that is just so that you can know that it happened, even if it happened off screen. But I get what you mean. It's good to see the whole thing if you want to. Bambina says, it's hard to hide when my hair is this messy. That's why Bambina was captured. Oh no. But yes, what I will say is we were talking about genres and we were talking about infinite imaginations of characters. I personally, as I say, I said earlier, the closest thing that I've ever heard that fits this is not Pantser, but a quote-unquote discovery writer. And the discovery writer is just that you figure out the story as it goes because the characters, I guess. Glossy Lips Wordies is Glow Gamer. Oh, I did not know that, but I do use this lip balm because my lips get dry very fast. So I guess there's still lip balm on them. It looks like lip gloss. Yes, a lot of people think that I wear lip gloss. I don't. Like, sometimes it'll just be Vaseline, and usually, this is actually just Vaseline. This is just, the Vaseline Advanced Lip Therapy is literally just petroleum jelly in a tube. I just put petroleum jelly on my lips, and a lot of people think that it's lip gloss, and it's not. It's just petroleum jelly. This Glow Gamer, Blimey says, it won't last, be honest with you, especially what new movie implies for him going back to street level. Marvel don't like Peter being in teams anymore. They added in few Avengers movies because they were getting him back into the MCU to be slowly fading from Avengers movies going forwards. Marvel has a bit of thinking. He can't be relatable if he got too many friends. Not even joking. Glow says Wordy has good genes, good lips. Interesting. The reason why I do that is because my lips get dry fast. He's not allowed girlfriends either, says Blimey. Glow says, ooh, interesting. In the last movie, Spider-Man girlfriend had her memory erased, right? Says Glow. Mary Jane asks Bambina. Editor of Marvel thinks Peter having girlfriends not relatable, says Blimey. Glow says, OMG, it was epic when they brought all three Spider-Mans together. The epic reveal. By the way, this is a whole spoiler episode of all the Spider-Man stuff. I was waiting Venom versus Spider-Man so bad, the post-credit. Speaking of Venom, there we go, the symbiotes. I'm watching, it says, okay, the itis has kicked in. I'm having a hard time keeping my eyelids open. I'm going to try to get through my devotions and then melt into my bed. I hope you have a successful pre-birthday stream. God bless. Thank you so much for the raid and the lurk. God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs to my allies. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you are able to get a blessed rest. I'm watching you people. MCU Peter would crush Sony Venom, wouldn't even be close. This says Blimey. I'm going to pour another cup while this is still hot. Because these are super small and the tea bag can still last. I want them to work together, says Glow. Blimey says, then no Eddie. Best canon that ever worked with Peter was his ex-bully Flash. Best Venom. Venom did appear to have died at the end of the Venom movie, but I don't think he is completely gone. There's some of his black goo left elsewhere, says Glow. Blimey says MCU will miss out on not having Agent Venom. Glow Gamer? Nah, he did. Venom can't clone himself. But what about the leftover at the bar? Offspring? Just be a baby with dad memories. Yeah, it'd be his son. Maybe he can go back to Eddie. Coffee Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. And the birthday stream goal is still on. So if you'd like me to stream next week on Friday, March 13th, please do contribute. They probably make Goo find Peter and names itself after Dad, most likely, says Blimey. Sklo says, so why did they never have Venom movie and Spider-Man teamed up when both of the ending credits had them referencing each other? What happened? Feels left out. So I think, what if Venom was in Star Wars as a Sith Lord? Darth is wondering about the Venom in Star Wars, which comes back to when Blimey earlier said symbiote Jedi, right? Here we go. It's all coming together now. Let's see. Because it was all to bring baby into universe so people can use symbiote to attach to him in Secret War Doomsday. In comics, Peter gets symbiotes going into space and then returning back to Earth with it. But on MCU, they're gonna make it come from different universe. Sklo Gamer says, ooh. This is what happens when you don't read the books, LOL, says Sklo Gamer. Yes, Blimey is a comic fan who read all the comics. Well, I won't say current fan of the comics. Some of the comics Blimey doesn't care for anymore, but already read a lot of them and knows a lot of the lore besides just the movies. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you were back. And we can also do another heist. Yes, I got heavy Marvel knowledge, says Blimey. Indeed. Time for a heist. Darth has started the heist. Exclamation point heist and a number. If you are newer to the chat, you might not be able to do a high number, but you can earn some points from this heist. So long as you don't ask Marvel about Abomination, that is Spider-Man now. I go on a rant. Alright, so I think I know what I'm doing. There we go. Now it's time to edit. Oops, I was captured! And Darth says, oh no, oh well, Wordy needs to learn not to wear those loud shoes. Yeah, I took off the jester hat and I still have the jingling bell shoes. Yeah, I forgot about that part. I don't get caught. Smooth's jawline. Exactly. They call me Valentine, says Blimey. They said, get out the city, gonna be nuked. I said, well, I am the nuke. Slick's hair back. BRB. My people need me. Flip's hair. Sorry, my giant zombie stalker was following me. I may have gotten more Lego just now, says Darth. Ooh, which set do you have now? Thanks so much for the tea again, Darth. Kofi Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. Kofi Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. We also have the birthday stream goal going on. Ooh, cool. Fun things, says Darth. I believe it's just fun here. Fun things would be funny. Fun here. Goodness. Hear fun things? There we go, and I think I need to update this list. Bambina says, I like this one.
What took you so long?
Hey, hello, welcome to the stream. McCrae Worship is here raiding. How are you? I am about to be in an ad. If you're in an ad, exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. But I do appreciate your raid. How are you and how was your stream? What were you guys doing? And if you're in an ad, please exclamation point ads to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yaik is here. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Macy Ray had a great worship music stream, and then we came here because I saw birthday in the stream title. It isn't quite my birthday yet, but my birthday is next week. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, but I will explain further after the ads. 3, 2, 1. And you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way, McCrayton Worship. How are you and how was your stream? Yaik does say Macy Ray had a great... Oh, it's Macy Ray. Why do I keep saying McCray? It's a Macy Ray. You're right. Thank you so much, Yike. Macy Ray had a great worship music stream. Nice. And then we came here because I saw birthday in the title. Yes, so it is not my actual birthday yet. Oh no, Bambina was captured. It's not my actual birthday yet. My birthday is March 13th, which is next Friday. And today we were trying to do a birthday fundraiser where however many $100 I raise, that's how many hours I will be streaming on my birthday. So far we haven't gotten much. We had got something, but thank you so much to those who did donate. I believe Darth did. But if we get 100, I will stream for 1 hour. If we get 200, I'll stream for 2 hours. The maximum is 24, of course. And that will be a 24-hour stream if somehow we happen to reach that much of the goal. And that means on all of March 13th, I will be streaming from midnight to midnight. Yeah, it says it's going to be difficult if you end up trying to stream more than 24 hours in a day. Yeah, exactly. That's why the goal cuts off at 24. It's impossible to go above 24 in this goal. If we get donated somehow over $2,400, then I mean it's gonna keep letting you donate, but the goal is 24. So whatever above that we raise won't count towards hours of that day because it's impossible. There's no more hours left in the day. But anyways, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I shouted you guys out, and I will have to definitely follow you myself because I was not following. Macy Ray 10, sorry for mispronouncing your name, but thank you, Yaik, for letting me know how it was spelled. I mean, how it was said. We are over here. We were doing some chatting earlier. We were doing some sprints. We were just doing some co-working. We were doing a lot of funny random stuff. So if you would like to join in, feel free. If you want to do anything fun, you can also check out the shop, the Wisps, where you can use your channel points. You can also just chat in the chat if you'd like. Lunching, says Macy Ray. All right, I hope you have a yummy, yummy, yummy lunch. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I do appreciate you stopping by, and I thank you for your raid. If you have to raid and run, that's understandable, and I hope that you are able to eat some yummy, delicious food. Sending hugs in the chat, sending hugs in the chat. Yeah, X says Macy Ray is from the Philippines. Also has 10 children, hence the 10 in the username. Well, thank you for this trivia information. And she has a beautiful singing voice, says Bambina. Nice. Yark says, Morty, sing something. I was wondering if you'd sing the doxology. Please remind me what the doxology is again. Because for some reason I am blanking. Oh, yes, I know that. Okay. Sorry. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise Him, all creatures here below. Praise Him, all of the heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Is that it? My voice cracked a bit there. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for redeeming the Morty Sing Something. Thank you. I don't know how well that sounded. Sorry. That was beautiful. Oh, thank you. Goodness, alright. I think this story is fine now. Was the story not fine before? It kind of wasn't. I had to edit it, and it's still very weird. does the main character wear a fancy festive hat like you're wearing? We are in the Mad Hatter's garden. The main character in this particular story is not wearing a fancy hat, sadly. Oh, now the stream makes even more sense to me, says Yike. Yes. So we are in the Mad Hatter's garden because it is March, and for March it is March Madness, and March Madness to me means the Mad Hatter, which means we're in the Mad Hatter's garden, which means we have this teapot and the teacup and all that, and also I'm dressed up with my hat. And yeah, we also sometimes have the bunny ears because of the rabbit and the March hare. And we have the butterfly flutter redeem that you can make butterflies fly around in the garden. Darth has made me drink more tea. Nice. Okay. This. Whoa. Okay. Okay. We're gonna get some more tea. This is still warm, so we're gonna drink more tea. Cool. Thank you, Darth, again for the tea. All right, so you can see firsthand what kind of tea we are pouring, and then I'm gonna, of course, put a little bit of honey in the tea. Not too much because this cup is very small. Okay. Thank you so much for the tea time. We're just going to stir it a bit. The water is still warm, it's not hot. Excellent job maintaining your composure even when the cup tipped over. Yes, thankfully it didn't have anything in it when it tipped over. If it did, I would have been like, no! Well, fun fact, this light up keyboard, one time I was pouring tea, and it wasn't even the tea, but it was some hot water splashed onto the keyboard, and then after that the keyboard just went dark. It didn't do it immediately when on stream, but like after that, after the whole stream, I turned my computer off and everything. And then when I tried to turn it back on, the keyboard just wouldn't light up, and I was like, what happened? So some of you guys will remember that for a while it wasn't lighting up, so I actually had to get another one of these, and I have the one that doesn't light up over there in my other setup when I like do VR and stuff, because nobody has to see that keyboard. It still works, like it's functional, it just doesn't light up, which was annoying. But yeah. That was weird, and I was like, no, why did I have to spill? And it wasn't even too much, it just little hot water from the kettle splashed on it, and I was like, that seems like the only thing that happened that would have made it break. So it was very sensitive, and the water was probably very scalding hot, and it probably got into the circuits, and yeah. But you guys are about to be on in an ad again. Exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Oh yeah, there's no more water in there. After this, that's gonna be it all for us folks, and I'm gonna have to refill my tea kettle. Maybe we will be in an ad for tea. Maybe. Yeah, this water isn't hot enough, I think. because the tea is not steeping. But I can stir it. It'll steep if it sits in there long enough. If tea sits in cold water, it will steep a little bit, but the hot water helps it to steep better. Heat helps it to steep. Yep. You guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Oh, you've joined a heist. Let's go. Yeah, I did it wrong. There we go. Nice. Welcome in, everyone, of the heist. The spy team was captured! Only Darth and I escaped. I guess that Yaik and Bambino were captured. Oh no. Wordy Girl keeps escaping, but I keep getting captured, says Yaik. Bambino says, it's my fault this time. I don't know what I did, but it's my fault. Oh man. Yak says, lurk, because being captured has made me hungry. I hope you get something yummy to eat. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope you get some yummy, yummy food. I hope so too, but captivity isn't known for its edible offerings, so we'll see. Well, I hope you're able to get out of there and get something delicious. Macy Ray is back. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. How are you? They were talking about how lovely of a singer you are. Doing great. Lunch is great too. Yum. What is for lunch? Let me know. Okay, I think I have done this. Goodness, okay, that was something. Azariah is here. So, how have you been, Wordy Girl? I know I'm not around much of late, but I would like to know. I'm okay. Just trying to keep praying and keep going. How are you? Azariah says, I'm horrific. May end up homeless, but God willing, that won't happen. Back to my lurking. Well, I will keep you in prayer. Things are happening with my place as well, and financially and all that stuff. I don't know exactly what your situation is, but I will definitely keep you in prayer. If you want to say anything else about it, more specific, so I can keep you in prayer. If you want to DM me or anything, feel free. But I am facing a lot of stuff right now as well, especially on the financial front. So I totally get that. I get that worry there, and that is not pleasant at all. I need it, really do, but I must keep busy, and so I don't spiral. Yes, I will keep you in prayer as well. And yes, it's a lot going on. It's a lot. Everybody's dealing with a lot, I know. And everybody's on hard times right now. A lot of people are. And I do hope that you are able to, yes, you have a house of 6. That is a lot. So yes, I will keep you in prayer always. Thank you so much for sharing. And I do hope things begin to work out for you in that area, because that is quite a scary situation for you, especially with all your family as well. So thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you are able to keep busy, but also that you are able to get to a place of calm and rest and relaxation and assurance, and that your situation does improve. You guys are about to be in an ad though, exclamation point ad to let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Bambina sends hugs to Azariah. Alright, you guys should be back from the ads. If you're back, welcome back. Yak says, I found some food, but I'd like some freedom. Let's see if I escape this time. Yes. What are you eating, by the way? I will go ahead and say a prayer as well. Dear God, thank you for everything you've done, everything you're doing, everything you will do. Thank you for blessing everyone here today. Thank you for everyone in the chat, everyone who was here earlier, everyone who may be here later, everyone who is here now. I ask that you bless and keep us all. We are all dealing with things in our minds and hearts. We're dealing with situations in our lives. We're dealing with the circumstances here on this earth that have to do with health and food and bills and money and all kinds of things. There's so much anxiety going around. There's so much troubles in the world. There's so many feelings that are swirling around within our minds and hearts, and we just ask you to come in and calm the storms in our hearts and minds. Show us that you love us. Show us that you're with us. Show us that you are guiding us. Give us clear instruction on how to proceed. Give us your provision, your design, your divine provision, your divine design for our lives, your design, your favor, your blessings. We want your will for us, Lord. And we thank you for everything you've done, everything you're doing, everything we will do. And we thank you for your guidance and love in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So thank you so much for that. I just decided to pray randomly without a redeem. Oh no, half the spy team was captured and Yike was captured again. Bambi got out this time though. Well, what kind of food are you eating in capture? How is the food? Is it good? Hopefully it's not too bad. Found some Frosted Flakes and some mixed nuts. Are you eating the Frosted Flakes like dry? Or are you just eating them in milk? Are you putting the mixed nuts in there too? Or are you eating those on the side? Darth says, sometimes I eat cereal dry. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I just was wondering about yak, but goodness, this is not even hot anymore, but I'm just trying to use the rest of this water from the ceramic teapot. This is the last of the water, I think. Yep. And then I'm gonna have to refill my red kettle. Ooh, honey. Too bad captivity doesn't have honey. Oh man. I hope you're able to get some good food. That sounds like a snack. Like dry frosted flakes and mixed nuts. Just like little trail mix thing. That sounds pretty good. I'm allergic to nuts though, but it sounds pretty good. It's just that if you're hungry, maybe you should have something more filling. But if that's a good snack, that's a good snack. You're right. I should see if captivity has more to offer. Looks around. The food is over there. I'll be back. Goodness. Tart says food, glorious food. Hey, it's one reason. Hello, welcome to the stream. I did see your DM. I was trying to look and multitask a bit, but yes, I see your DM. Thank you so much for messaging me about it. I have to read over it a little bit more. But how are you, by the way? I'm glad, yes. Read over it, pray over it, and let me know. I'm good, though. Just working on some things. Much success with the things. I'm working on a lot of things also. And making the rounds, of course. Much success with your rounds. If you're just lurking or stopping in, thank you so much. God bless. Much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by, and thank you again for that invitation as well. I will definitely check it out. Darth says, oh, rounds. Spins in my chair. Yeah, I have a chair that can spin. It's over there. I need to do some more VR streams. How are you feeling though? As I was saying earlier, just trying to keep praying and keep going, basically. Trying to figure some things out. Goofy Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. We are having the birthday stream goal up here. For every 100 raised, it will be an hour on my birthday stream, which is next week, March 13th, and that's a Friday. So if you would like me to stream for a long time, feel free to donate at the coffee link. And you will also get to spin the donation wheel. Alright, some of you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Ads have no power over me, says Darth. This is a weird one. Three, two, one. Turtles, turtles, turtles. We're back. Welcome back from the ads. I'm pretending to be a good farmer at the moment, says Darth. Yes, you're probably up here playing Farm Merge Valley in the Discord if you would like to join the Discord. I was about to spell something that is not the Discord. Thank you for the butterfly flutter. Turtle, 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 question mark. Oh. You were probably in ads, so you probably didn't know what I was saying. So, when the ads were about to be over, I was basically saying, turtles counting off. 4, 3, 2, 1. Turtles, turtles, turtles. Which is from Ninja Turtle. Turtles counted off. That was in, at least I know that was a popular thing in the Mutant Melee game. The Mutant Melee game was pretty cool. And when...
No. No. No!
Okay, that's the one where he will be quiet for like 5 seconds and I will be like talking and then you'll say no again. So I decided to just not say anything until he's done. Because honestly, I was listening to that the other day and I was like on the back end just like trying to fix stuff. And I clicked and he said no, no. And then I went to do something totally else. And then I heard no again. I was like, what? And like how he breathes in and says no, that almost scared me because I didn't expect anybody to say anything else. I was like, what is that? And it was still the same clip playing. I don't know why it was like that. That was weird. But thank you, AJ. For making someone say something hilarious. But yeah, I don't know why it got clipped like that. That was kind of strange. Yes. I probably need to put you guys on the waiting screen for like 5 seconds. More than 5 seconds. But I should be back soon, hopefully. Thank you guys for your patience. And I'm gonna put you guys on the waiting screen really quick. And I should be right back soon. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream. Back again. I'm back. Sorry. Alright, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. And we are back to the... Oops, that's wrong. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. What were we even talking about? I was writing this thing and I had to look at my prompts, I guess. Okay, that's an interesting thing. Alright, I guess I'll do it based on that. Some of you guys might be in an ad. If you're in an ad, exclamation point ad to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. This has now become iced tea, or lukewarm tea. If you're back from the ads, welcome back. Was there an ad? Asks Darth Torlin, who is a Twitch Turbo subscriber. Cover Stream Bot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. Okay. I'm a real boy, says Blimey. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, hi, Danny. Yeah, I remember you tried to call me that last time my phone wasn't working. So when you left, I had to try to refund your wisps because I was kept trying to like say, Danny, I think it's fixed now, but you probably left. Yeah. Yep, it's working now. Okay. Thanks though. Alright, bye. Oh no! Sorry about that. I didn't know you were watching with no headphones. Some people like to watch with no headphones. I do apologize if it was too loud. The phones are random. I hope it didn't wake anyone up. Danny says, I'm throwing some popcorn in the microwave. Y'all want any? That sounds good. I love popcorn. Darth says, I will put butter and sea salt. If you could tell, I'm so distracting. Such chaos, says Darth. I didn't notice that at all. So you guys are about to be in an ad. Exclamation point ads to let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Alright, I will be right back. Thank you for your patience. I have to put you guys on the waiting screen one more time. Hello. Welcome back. I am back. Sorry about that, and thank you for your patience. Hazariah says, night. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by. Just that means you're leaving. Have a blessed rest. Much love. I appreciate you. Coffee Stream Bot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. I need to stretch. Stretch them, neck muscles survive. Interesting. All right. All right. I'm trying to think about this story. And I think that I'm getting when trying to read the story. Trying to read the story so I can proofread the story. Maybe I need to put it on a bigger screen so I can actually read it. Thank you so much for making someone sing something, Danny Phantoms. I'm trying to read this thing and I'm still feeling sleepy trying to read this thing. Blimey says get some sleep. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting too sleepy. I need to do something else so that will make it where I'm not sleepy. What should I do? I tried gum, it didn't work. Maybe something to eat or something to snack. Yeah, Blimey says, you get so tired, you be too tired to get the stuff done. Yep, exactly. I know. Have more of this. Ghoul-Aid popping candy. I can try some of this. That might wake me up. Okay. Alrighty, Kofi Streambot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. Also, you guys are about to be in an ad. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you are back. Yeah, sorry. I didn't even realize you said something. Gonna go sleep? You should too. Good night. Well, good morning, says Blimey. God bless, much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by. Sorry if I missed you. I was trying to read the thing. I ended up reading it, and it's okay, I guess. All right. I wonder what this would be. This prompt is, someone notices a detail everyone else can't or won't see. And of course, as I said earlier, when a prompt says the word someone, then I try to make it about someone. Someone is always noticing things that other people don't see or don't want to see. But I just wonder which direction I should take this in. Should this be like kid someone? Should this be adult someone on a mission? Should this be adult someone just at Will-O-Wisp? Should this be something like just something mundane like at the store? Or should this be something more like a mystery that he's noticing that he knows the answer to? I could also make this his something that he's noticing like in his own life, I guess. Like a reflective kind of thing. I just wonder which thing I should make him notice. A detail. That really makes me think of a mission. Like, if he's supposed to be figuring out excuse me, something that other people on the mission didn't figure out. You guys are about to be in an ad. If you were in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know. Exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Corruption in Will-O-Wisp. That's good. Thank you for the suggestion. I guess I'll make him notice something in Will-O-Wisp. That makes sense. Okay. Alright, I'm taking this as a brainstorming clip and just putting this in the other file. Star says, "Hey, ooh, I'm stepping away from keyboard for a bit to blinky my eyes. You should blink your eyes too." Yes, I've been blinking my eyes a lot. It's Mr. Honito. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the, it looks like a birthday wish. I will say, it is not my birthday right now, but thank you so much. My birthday is next week on March 13th, which is a Friday. But thank you so much, Mr. Honito. How are you? Goodness, I am falling asleep. So, Coffee Stream Bot is in the chat to let you know that if you do donate while I'm live, fun things can happen. But I'm probably gonna just chill out for a bit because I am sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Sadly. So, let's see what I can do. Maybe I can check out, what do I have? Steward's room. Okay, there's Steward's room. And this is the spring steward's room, so it is not snowing. It is not Christmas. Let's see if the redeems will work here. Yep. Let's see if the comments will work here. Okay, well, I see that the comments are in the wrong spot. Let's take this over here. Because I wonder. Onesimus is back and says, Isaiah 41:10, King James Version, fear thou not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God. I will strengthen thee, yea, I will help thee, yea, I will uphold thee with the right hand of my righteousness. Thank you so much for sharing that, Onesimus. I appreciate that. Let's see if I can make this slightly bigger. And the way that this is, it's because the bed is dark as well. I need to get, what do I need to get? Another one of these. You sound like you're at a 2 out of 10 energy level. Yes. Goodness. Oh no. What's happening? Okay, here we go. Sorry. I am going to... $10:45 stream. What's your record? I have streamed before. I know I streamed over 13 hours before. I feel like I've streamed over 14 hours before. I'm not sure, but I know that when I try to upload them to YouTube, YouTube does not allow anything over 12 hours. So I have to split the video up into 2 separate videos. Honey Smith says, you are at 10:45, mine was at 15 or 16. So you're saying that your highest stream was at 15 or 16 hours? Your longest stream? Well, I am not sure if I went 15 or 16 hours, but I know I went at least, I will say probably 14, over 14. I remember when my longest stream was 7 hours, which is kind of funny because that doesn't sound like a lot anymore. The only other thing that I will say is when I did my first intentionally 12-hour stream where it was planned for the day, you said you had to eat a 1-pound steak prior. That makes sense. But what I did was I planned out during the what's it called? I'm just gonna hide this. During the stream, I planned out lunch, like breakfast and lunch, or either lunch and dinner. I don't remember when the stream was located in the day, but I know that since it was 12 hours, I planned out a meal. So I planned out like, okay, eat breakfast at this time, then do activities, then eat lunch at this time, then do activities. And I had planned out like, okay, we're gonna take a break right here. I'm gonna do a bio break, come back, and stuff like that. And that stream actually felt like it went really fast by. Thank you so much, Galaxy, for the alert. God bless. Much success, sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. I appreciate you stopping by. I feel like that stream went very smooth and it went very well. A lot of the other streams didn't because it was not planned. But once I plan a stream to be a long time, I have a good grasp on what to do during the stream. And instead of like, oh no, I'm hungry, what do I do? Or I'm getting sleepy, what do I do? I already kind of knew what I was gonna do because I had planned it. This one is not planned. I just was streaming and I was already kind of tired. I've gotten a little bit of rest since, but like last Thursday I feel was like, since last Thursday and then the weekend and then Monday probably, I didn't really get much sleep at all. All day Tuesday, no, I just like went to sleep. I sound like a completely different streamer. What do you mean? Like because I didn't plan? Or are you saying my voice sounds different? Because my voice sounds different maybe because you can't see me? Tone and how I sound. Yeah, so maybe it's either because you can't see me or it's because I'm sleepy. The funny thing is, sometimes, like I said, when people hear me and they don't see me, they don't really usually imagine how I look when they hear my voice, which is funny. And then when they see how I look, they're like, what? That's how you look? Weird. I'm like, yeah, I'm weird. But also when I get sleepy, if I start to... This isn't based on eyesight, all sound. Well, it's interesting. Because if I turn my camera back on, I think you're probably gonna think that I sound more normal. So I'm right here now, and I don't know. Do you think I sound more normal now? I don't know what you thought I sounded like earlier, but I'm here now. And it might not be intentional. Still, Moxie, still sound like you are fading. So you're saying it sounds like I'm fading, like I'm going to sleep. That can be true. Or you're saying it sounds like my voice itself is fading. Because I did do a 12-hour stream. It was probably like 13 hours. And I lost my voice at the end of the stream, and people were saying I sounded like Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph. But that was because I was actually sick. And at the end of that stream, my voice was just gone. Yeah, and when I looked back at it, I was like sick, and I was like going to sleep on the stream, and then we were doing other stuff, and then I heard my own voice. Like, I didn't watch the whole 13-hour stream, but just skipping through, I started hearing my own voice just going away. I was like, that's really, yeah, I sound bad. But in the moment, I was just talking regular. I knew I sounded not like me, but I didn't realize how drastically weird my voice was sounding until after. And then at the end, I was like, and I literally couldn't talk for the next 2 weeks after that. Like, no sound would come out of my mouth at all. Now, I said, usually I don't actually lose my voice like that, even if I stream for a long time, even if I talk, because I do like a lot of public speaking, I do a lot of talking, I do a lot of all that stuff, and my voice doesn't give out just randomly. It was because I was sick, and I was like, this is weird, and I really can't talk. For 2 weeks after that, I didn't talk at all, and I was just like, and I had to like even stop myself from whispering because I knew that something was wrong. And people were like, do you have laryngitis or something? I had to take off the Dollar Tree. I couldn't work my cashier job. I was like, oh my goodness. I had to cancel meetings because people could not hear what I was saying. You don't sound bad. You just sound like you need a candy bar or a pillow. And the candy bar probably you would say is a Snickers. You're not you when you're hungry or whatever. Even though I'm allergic to chocolate and nuts, so I probably wouldn't do well with that, but I get it. I probably do need to eat something. I probably do also need to go to sleep. And some of you guys are in an ad in about 10 seconds. If you are in an ad, exclamation point ad, so let me know, exclamation point back to let me know that you're back. Onesimus is not going to be in an ad because Onesimus has subscribed. Thank you so much for the subscribe. But yes, I'm probably gonna put you guys on the wake screen again because adless, exactly. Onesimus is adless. You can be like Onesimus too and subscribe or get Twitch Turbo or something. Also, if you guys have Prime, you can use your free Prime sub here as well. Everybody gets free Prime sub. When I was talking earlier about how Twitch tries stuff to get more money and they have the free Prime sub thing, that's through yep, there we go. Darth has Twitch Turbo. Nice. Did someone say Prime? Yes, Onesimus Prime indeed is subscribed without Prime, but you can subscribe with Prime with Onesimus Prime also subscribing. It's gonna get confusing if I keep talking. Anyways, I will be back maybe, hopefully. I'm going to just put you guys on in Stuart's room again, because we need to wait for a bit. I should be right back. Thank you for your patience. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back. Onesimus says, how are the kids? To Darth, who says Twitch Turbo. I don't know what that means. So, how are the kids? Darth says, what kids? I was making small talk during the break. Got nothing. Understandable. I need to copy this to whatever I was typing because I feel like it's gonna get deleted. I didn't realize that I was just typing while sleepy, and it was not in a place that was even savable. So anyways, what I'm gonna do probably is just rest for a bit, and I'll probably be around still, but just rest for a bit. Thank you all for hanging out with me, by the way. I do appreciate the lurks and the watches and all that. Thank you for the well wishes. We'll see if I sleep for a while. I'm probably just gonna maybe I was gonna say 15 minutes, but I think that 30 to an hour would be better. But we'll just be on this screen here, because it is actually in my time zone 3 a.m. So it's about to be 4 a.m. anyway, and I'll be getting back up. So it doesn't make much sense to do much right now. So, yeah. And I somehow feel more awake now. You are going out for a good while. You think so? Okay. Not 15 minutes. You would be surprised. Usually I don't usually get very much sleep, sadly, but we'll see what happens. And then once I let's see, maybe I can get one of these. Yeah, we'll see if this sleepy. Alright, we'll see. We'll chill out then and see what happens. So, God bless, much success. Sending prayers, love, and hugs your way always. If you need to head out, I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out with me, chilling out with me. I will say we still do have... Let's see, where is... Oh, it's not even here. There it is. Oopsies. I'm gonna put it over here. I think that's all. And other things can happen. I think we did the butterflies to show that they can happen in this room. Anything you redeem can happen in this room as well. Feel free to just chill out and chat or whatever. And I'll take a brief break. I should be back soon. Thank you guys so much.
Right. Right.